Namaskar, good morning, good day. This is Engineer Suraj Singh, NP India, C Engineer, Chartered Engineer India, Bharat, speaking from Faridabad NCR, Bharat, India. And this is 26th May 26, 2020. And current temperature 32, expected temperature in day is 45 degrees Celsius. Very hot in morning time, yet to do work, no problem. This is regarding current issues and then management, quality and contracts. As usual, daily talk, and my friends are welcome wherever they join. I know they will be sleeping at the moment, no problem. You can watch later on when I put in my story, and you can see that. Nothing much is left in talks about COVID except to think of environment and biodiversity that we all are part of. COVID-19, SARS-2, COVID-19, or all other epidemics, whatever, are related to universe, Earth, a part of that, and biodiversity in which we all live. We are also part of biodiversity. All creatures, all living beings and non-living beings are part of nature. I am living being. I can call human. Also called birds. Other living like animals, mammals, whatever, and these trees big part for us. We each other depend on each other. We all depend on each other. That's fact of life. I can live only if there's water, there's fire, there is earth, there is gas, oxygen, argon, nitrogen. We all live because of that. We can't leave carbon dioxide there, carbon monoxide is there. We get this through plants, trees. This means nature indirectly provides us the support of trees so that we can live. We all respire and take breath. But we never care for that, unfortunately. We never pay our regards to these creatures which are there and they work round the clock for us so that we can live. Just imagine there is no plantation, no tree, there is no supply of oxygen to us, no supply of nitrogen to us. Can we survive? Imagine that. We do not think in that direction because all are occupied in our callings, all are busy. We don't worry about something that should be understood. Nature and biodiversity. Biodiversity is something very different. All we are living on earth, within water, out of water, on ground, in air, all are parts of nature, biodiversity. How much oxygen is released by tree, by mature tree, and how much carbon dioxide is absorbed by it is a question to understand. We never care about that. We care only what impacts on us. We care of COVID because it's impacting us. We care for cholera that impacted us. We care for cancer that impacted. We care for those which adversely, or we can say that beats us. Otherwise, those who respect us, those who cooperate with us in our life, we never care about that. Sea cooperates with us, water body, rivers cooperate with us, air cooperates. We never care for that. We care only for that acts which we consider our enemy. Our friends, we leave them. Okay, they are our friends, no problem. But fact remains that every unit of this existence, every unit of this biodiversity is a part that plays its role with us. This point we have to understand. Every one of us required to understand. Imagine there is no air, can you live? Imagine there is no water, can you live? Never. Imagine there is no sun, can you live? Never. These are part and particles. These are wealth, actually, undefined wealth. We understand wealth only that we have in currency form, or which we use, we count that belongs to us, our economy. But this is different kind of economy which we never consider of. But we spoil it otherwise. We spoil that very, very efficiently. We spoil everything, abuse it. We do not know how it was given to us. We do not know its origin, and we cannot do it. Yet we abuse it fully. We destroyed all forests. We destroyed polluted waters. We polluted air. So our contribution is great negatively. Means we are such kind of people in world that we can spoil everything. Our contribution negatively is very high degree. It's said that if you construct something, it takes a lot of time to construct something. And you want to break that or demolish that immediately, it takes just one day to break it with a few moments to break it. You just explode a building will come down, but you construct a building will take years to construct that. So we destroyed everything that we got from from nature or God. We destroyed that, we don't respect that. Water we destroyed. Earth we actually destroyed. In fact, we destroyed it. Plants we don't respect. Birds we don't respect. Animals we don't respect. We kill them and eat them. We enjoy them. We never thought that these are not for enjoying, these are for their existence. How many do we consider that this natural being, this natural living beings, other than humans, other than myself and yourself, do they have no right to live? A question to be asked by everybody. In fact, whatever diseases we are now getting, all because of this transmission of taste of tongue. Taste of tongue is very important for everybody. Taste of tongue. Tongue is just 2 inches or 3 inches maximum length. We are much more concerned about this rather than our body constitution, working of our body. We don't care for that. We just care for this tongue. I want to eat sweet because I like in tongue, not because it's healthy for me. I like to have very spicy food because I like my taste, my tongue likes it, not because of my body likes it. Because I have become a slave to my tongue, not to my body, not to my mind. I should have a slave to my whole overall system, but no, I'm a slave to my tongue. I want to drink whiskey, I want to taste something, I want to taste this and that. Because of this taste, I have broken complete diversity of nature. Millions of birds have been killed, millions of animals have been killed, and we eat them all. Irrespective of religion, I'm not talking of religion. What does it mean? When we complain of diseases, if we eat animals, if we eat birds, you remember there was one time cow dung, mad cow disease in England. Maybe many people do not know that. I was so young at that time and I heard this mad cow disease. It affected all Britain. They behaved differently because of reason. One British guy told me when I met him, he discussed with me and we talked together. What was that? Say cow is naturally a vegetarian animal, and what they used to do is to have more quantity of milk extracted from that animal. They used to mix in its food ground powder of bones into its, you know, food bhusa, what do you call that? Grass, what do you say? They grind this. They used to grind it in that so that quantity of milk extraction from animal is enhanced, is increased to get more benefit. And result was that ultimately it impacted the brain of cow. This resulted because cow cannot digest that. What I want to say is that we invite some disease ourselves. We pollute sea, we pollute water, we pollute river, we pollute air. Is there something we try to keep safe? We did not keep safe our bodies. Everybody smokes, you drink, you do whatever you want to do for pleasure. Is it not a question mark about biodiversity? Means why don't we keep balance or equilibrium of all this existence? Why don't you understand that without equilibrium, no one can stay? You'll go out of line. If my body is not in equilibrium, my mind is not working, or it's working too fast, or my leg walking too fast, my hands are not walking fast. There is a statement that body should be in equilibrium. It should be stable mind and stable body, constant working. If I just run just in 10 minutes, 10 kilometers, can I survive? I cannot survive. It has its potential, and that potential must be kept, utilized properly. When I eat something, I take full chapati and take in I have to take by mastication, piece by piece. If I cannot take my whole day breathing in 1 hour, I cannot take. I have to take 24 hours to breathe for 24 hours. So equilibrium is a requirement, it's a must. If there's loss of balance, means loss of everything. So natural balance is a must, but we don't understand that point. It's not question whether we're taught in education or we are not taught in education. That's different miseducation. There's nothing to be taught in education. There's a common sense subject, there's a common life, means how you have to move. System exists in nature, we know that. It never changes. It keeps on moving. Since this solar system was generated, it was produced, our whole universe was produced. If you see history, there's no change in that. All planets are in the solar system working according to its requirements, design. There's no change in that. It works accordingly. But we human beings, we do not work that way. We do not respect that way. We never follow any system. 90% people do not follow system. There may be few percentage of people who follow system or enter into system and maintain that. I have only theology of system that either you follow system or make your own system. If you can make your own system, make your own system, but that's not possible. As far as nature is concerned, nature is beyond your control, so you have to follow what nature gives you. My body is not in my control, nobody's body is in their control. My body, I don't know what my body is, or how it's working. Medical people only know little. How my mind is working, how my soul is working, I don't know. And I can't know. What is death, I don't know until I die. And when I die, I can't come back to tell this is death. This means there is some limitation of secrecy, and God maintains that. God doesn't want to tell you what secrecy is, because there's no meaning of God who tells you the secret. This means there is a control on you, on everybody. We have limited knowledge, limited understanding. We are very limited in our lifestyle, in our life longevity, and we don't know what's going to happen next moment. We know history, but we don't know what's future. Future can be excellent, it can be destructive, it can be presently. So, but what we have to maintain that. I'm just talking because environment is related now, it's coming discussion of. And current situation of this SARS-2 and COVID-19 is also related to that. We don't know this is natural or this is, I don't think it's man-made or human-made, can't be possible. Man or human has not that much power which can destroy whole world, humanity. It's not possible. I don't think that human is that powerful, which has that capacity that can impact whole world. But it's impacted whole world. It's taken place all over, it's consolidated its position. So it's something extra human, and it's only godly, you can say. We don't understand earth, we don't understand nature, we don't understand secrecy, and why we jump too much? Our sciences are not capable till now. We want to go to Mars, we want to go to Sun, we want to go everywhere. We don't understand where we are standing. We don't know that surface. Everybody is interested to see, I want my satellite is installed on Sun, maybe a moon satellite and Sun satellite. Install that, that's okay, but do you know what's Earth? You can't even know cyclones shall impact upon you. We are impacted every year by cyclones. It may be USA or maybe our country, everybody. Every country is impacted by that. We have no control on that. We can't control that. If we cannot control, why we say we are this and that? Why don't we want to stand on ground? Or why don't we think that we have to first survive safely? Only then we can. Why we jump to sun? For what? What shall we get after that? Can we usually do that? Can we travel to moon and stay there? Can we travel to Mars and stay there? It's not going to happen. It's all imagination. It's a practical real. Yes, we have been successful in installing some satellites. We're using them. We'll is a part of solar system. It's not beyond solar system. If you want to travel to solar system, it's not possible before that. Maybe 1 million years later, you may travel there, but now it's not position. We don't understand. Little science we understand only. We don't even know what's the earth about, this lithosphere about. We don't know what's inside this. No science can tell what's the structure of What's the structure of lithosphere? What is or solid particles? What's inside that? What materials are there? What minerals are there? No science has told till now. Only few layers are known of 35 kilometers or 20 kilometers or 10 kilometers. Even sea is not fully known what's beyond sea and what's beyond the ocean. Yes, we get petroleum from there for our use and we are spoiled that. That protein too was produced after millions of years. We got this metal converted from fossil fuel to petroleum products. Petroleum raw metals is not, but we have excessively withdrawn from Earth and we have even exhausted that because we can't backfill that with something. The void has been created now. It's all where the reservoir are. We take out we empty reservoirs and don't fill back. Only water is just there, certainly. We mines all earth. We do mining and take out all metal. We don't fill back. The void is created every year. So we are indirectly creating imbalance in that system. That imbalance must be fixed because of this. We have to understand diversity. We have to maintain diversity. Why we kill birds to eat? Why we kill animals to eat? Only that reason? Also the reason? Let them live their life. What's wrong with that? Don't have enough vegetable to eat? Don't have enough food to eat? Why do you want to be slave to animals to eat them? Why do you kill them? Why do you fell trees when not? Why do you let them grow further? The same thing. Father gives money to kids. Father is very rich. Father thinks my kid should enjoy by destruction. No father would think that. Yes, if you create something, enjoy that. But created something already, you enjoy and demolish that and enjoy that. I think no sensible father or mother shall allow that. No parent shall allow that. A built can be broken. If you have built your house throughout your life, can you break it? You can't break it. Even if you grow a tree, grow a small plant in a home around, and somebody breaks it or burns it, you will feel very upset. Well, I had this much after you because you just walked on that, so you are very regretful that my work is lost. What about God who created everything? And you are breaking that, and you are thought that our Father will think. Can't we have this imagination? Can't we think like that? Are you so weak our minds don't work? Or you forget of the thinking, you just believe in, oh, I should enjoy that. You should enjoy that. Do you want to enjoy nature badly, adversely, or you will enjoy it constructively? Why when I say construction takes time, everybody knows. Construction is very difficult. I'm not talking construction of houses, I'm talking construction of everything. Build up a thing. It takes for everything some duration to come up built. It takes few seconds or moments to burn it or to demolish it. Earth it takes only few seconds to demolish. But construction of imagine. How could we construct it? Just imagine. A solar system, 9 planets and many more solar systems, billions of solar systems, might have been constructed by certain knowledge of God, by efforts of God. And we are not sure about that till now. Science has not revealed to us what is behind this. Can you build another Earth? Can our scientists, our engineers, or we people of this world are able to build another Earth? If we can't do that, why do we destroy it? Yes, we have a right if we can do that. To do another Earth, then another Earth, bring so many Earths together that become size of sun. Can you? You know size of sun? 13 to 15 lakhs kilometers. And what size of Earth? 12,500 or say 13,000 kilometers diameter. Sun is 13 or 14, you can say 13 to 15 lakh kilometers. And what is 13,000 kilometers? How many times it is? So you can't make an Earth. You're talking of Sun, you're talking of Jupiter, you're talking of Mars. Why you want to go there? What for? You can't stay here peacefully. In your lifetime, you research and get nothing. You can't control some virus, so-called virus. Why you jump in? That is, leave system as it is. Let it work on its own. Mm, We people of this world have to learn this lesson by this marching forward, this COVID-19, which has not stopped yet, and which accelerated its speed. It's marching too fast, too rapidly, which is beyond our control. It's because of imbalance on diversities, existing diversity that God designed for us. You think God has no mind? God has everything that we don't have. We are very little if we compare to God. We are nothing. In fact, we are living in this body which we don't know what this body is, how it functions. We don't know that. We are going to challenge what is by God. Why do that? Biodiversity is, you know what I'm talking about. Every living beings or non-living beings are part of the system. It may be trees, it may be plants, it may be water body, it may be air, it may be earth, lithosphere, an internal part of that. And all other creatures are living within water bodies or living in the air system or living everywhere. All have a right to stay, right to live, and why to kill them? Nothing to do with philosophy of religion here. I'm not talking of religion. I'm talking of just like I have the right to live, do those have not right to live. Every creature has the right to live, right to survive. Why to invite problems? Well, after all, they are not suited for our bodies. Yes, our bodies are different. Their bodies are different. We can't keep same chemical reaction, chemical equation in body if you take cow or buffalo or something else or animals or birds or snake or something. Why do you want to sing? After all, what's the purpose of that? That point we have to think now. We have to reinstate this biosystem. We have to reinstate diversity which we have altered it to our suit. We have altered it all and for long. We'll change all forests because we want wood. We have changed temperature of world because we want something. But at what cost? It's not easy to live now 45 degrees in the month of May in daytime. With wind and 12, yesterday it was 12 or 13 I think, value of ultraviolet index. I was surprised to see in month of May UVI is 12 or 13. 12 or 13. Well, you know what I'm talking about. Ultraviolet index. What is that? Do you know this? I think many of you know that. Maximum limit of ultraviolet is according to international standards 10. It should not exceed 10. Maximum, that is 1 to 4 is okay. 4 to 8 is very, very tedious. I mean, to high, and then you say go beyond 8 or 9. It's very high. If you go beyond 10 to whatever last time I saw it was 15 and yesterday is 12. Yes, June is to come, July is to come. This means there is something wrong. Why is high? Well, we are allowing penetration of ultraviolet rays. Oxygen, ozone layer is not fully working. It's not stopping it to come to Earth. That's why these radiations are coming to Earth. What do you do then? Well, this is positive or negative. That's another point to think. Why you should say this negative or you should say positive. There's positivity also. There's negativity also. Both are there because this is result of heat, is result of burning something. It changes our environment, air, and there's a methane, for example, methane in air, which is stored somewhere in air particles. It ignifies itself, it magnifies its quantity, it enhances its value. So you see, if methane is there and it receives this ultraviolet rays, it acts more and more. That can give rise to your temperature on an average. Are we so are we so substandard people involved that we cannot manage this? We can't manage this. Means despite having education of sciences, engineering, and other disciplines, why don't you understand nature? Why don't you understand nature? We are healthy sometimes we go to past and see record of our standards. Farmers were very healthy, general people were very healthy. In general, you can say health was not bad except some epidemics, of course, because due to not maintaining hygiene or not maintaining housekeeping in villages or in cities, That system was different. There was no kind of HSE ergonomics that time, no health, no safety, no environment in those days. Yet people were healthy. They used to walk, as we see such people now, millions of people now. Our our power of workforce that has still that kind of powerful potential which we don't have. These people have physical stamina that don't we have, we don't have. If somebody asks me to walk 20 kilometers, I'll I'll get mad. I can't walk more than 6 kilometers, say 5 to 6 kilometers. One time. Yes, in patches I can walk. I take rest, maybe 2 hours after walking 5 6 kilometers, then another 4 kilometers, then take another 2 hours break, and like that I can walk. Of course, with good food, good water intake, energizing and re-energizing and re-energizing, I can walk. But these, you can say, these our citizens of this country, I should say citizens, not our Mazdoors. I don't call them Mazdoors because I don't want to insult them by calling them Mazdoors. This potential of this nation has proved that they are something that we are not. Just like in biodiversity, you say every every bird has a value, every insect has a value, every chemical composition has a value. Same thing in our constitution of society. These people have a value, which value we never thought they should be extended to, but they have. Biodiversity, you have to understand, after all, you should not change its equilibrium, its existing equilibrium, static, dynamic, and kinetic, every equilibrium, whatever can come into consideration of this world, that equilibrium must be sustained, otherwise we will suffer, we shall suffer. Mechanical life is one thing. I'm living a mechanical life. Mechanical life requires support only, it's not basic life. We want to use this as support. We cannot use it at loss of sustainability, at loss of biodiversity, that we cannot expect, we should not recognize that. Can we maintain level of air? It was long before we can't. Nature did it, but we could not do it. They say pollution is gone. I don't accept this. Pollution can never go. It seems the sky is clear doesn't mean pollution is gone. Pollution is still there. Yes, something has happened physically because when everything works, factories, industries, crores of cars and crores of air conditioners, generators, trains, when they work, carbon dioxide, methane, etc., etc., or release gases from industries, ammonia, many other gases, are released into air. They stay there in air because settlement is not allowed, precipitation is not allowed. Because every day we add gases again and again, every day we add. Now what happened in last 2 months is happened because of lockdown. Every activity was locked down. So suspending particles, so these all suspending particles. You can say just like we say clay, 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 chicken emit egg. It's very minute particles this has, 0.0002 mm, 2.0002 mm. There's a range of this and little coarser silt. So if you take clay particles, when there's dust storm, you cannot see anything. It's like fog in air. You cannot. In dust storm, all silt and clay occupy space of air. And you say you can't see anything. Visibility is zero. What is that? How does it happen? Because those clay particles which suspend in air move up and up due to pressure down, and is occupied go up to kilometers and occupy space of air. They do not settle immediately. It takes time to settle with finer particles. Finer particles take more time to settle. Heavier particles can settle immediately. If it's a sandstorm, it can come down within hours. If it's clay storm, it will take many days and many couple of hours to settle. We should understand this point. This environment pollution is minute particles of gases, dust, chemicals. When there's no addition to them for weeks together, they started coagulation. You know what's coagulation? They started coagulation together and then augmentation further so that one particles becomes a number of billions of particles and then get heavier and heavier, just like crystallization. It comes down to earth and settles. But it doesn't mean that it is gone. It has changed its location. Still, it's part of air. Because science says energy cannot be destructed, energy cannot be, you know, it changes form, but it cannot go away. Energy is energy, so it is energy. Whatever kind of energy it is, it cannot extinguish its existence. It shall remain there. It shall remain there, and again it goes up due to temperature difference, due to another condensations from somewhere, or due to whatever reason, or due to ionization of particles, due to whatever reason, from getting water from sea, whatever be chemical equation, chemical reasons, these create some kind of condensation, and you see next day there is little rain, drizzling type, chemical rain, and again evaporation because of sun rays, heat, it goes up and comes down. So every 3 days, 4 days, we'll find same cycle working, which itself is evidence that still pollution exists. Don't be happy with a small rain. It's not rain actually. It's a part of circulation of same energy from top to bottom, from sky, or you can say from air down to ground. So that rain is not natural rain, that is pollution rain. So pollution hasn't gone. Yes, it looks it is gone, just like it looks a river has claimed, not because river has claimed, because those particles which were made turbulent every time. Turbulence means this is not standstill, it's not standstill, it's not moving in a small lamina, it's moving in like hydraulic jump, you'll find disturbance all the time. So turbulence means turbulence in river or canal, say in Italy, or turbulence here in Ganga, was made standstill because of no industry working, nothing working, no disturbance to water. So all those contents of water, silt or clay or sand particles, settle gradually, reach to lowest profile of water body, and it looks that water is clean. But when you start your organizations, restart your industrialization, restart everything, you will find reinstated pollution position, reinstated pollution. You'll find soon. Now they're opening lockdown all over world. Cars are out, trucks are out, and you will find in couple of weeks when complete traffic moves and complete organizations work, industries work, we'll see same thing as it was 2 3 months before. So again, we are in greed, we are in avaricious state to make economy up. We are forgetting diversity, biodiversity. So whatever beating is given to us, whatever punishment is given to human only believes in wealth. That is basic property of human. We believe in wealth. We know why biodiversity is disturbed, but we cannot tackle that. We cannot handle that because it needs sacrificial tendency if you have to handle that. And we want to make money, we want to do everything. Whole world has changed because of COVID-19. Yet we don't want to change. We want to Go back to where we started from. Whatever warning comes from God, whatever alert comes from God, we do not bother about that. It happens with me, it happens with everybody. We forget that people have lost their lives. More than 100,000 people have lost their life in US. Many people have lost life in our country, in every country. We don't value that. That's somewhere related to biodiversity. It's not just because they had to die, they died. It's easy to say that. But why they had to die? Questions that. Why they were required to die? You may say, you may give any reason. Yes, your reason may be right. But some God never does anything without any reason. That is what God is. God is top logical scientist, logical engineer, logical doctor. There can be no person greater than anyone than God. That's not possible. Well, I was just thinking about diversity because actually we are on diversification everywhere. We cannot preserve nature. We can't preserve that. We want to get every comfort in life. Every comfort we want to get. And how many people shall be ready not to get comfort? You can survey yourself. That generation which is born in comfort, like millennials, they do not know what is struggle in life. Those who know struggle, they are stronger than those who do not know struggle. Those who are born with mobiles in their hand and every facility in their hand, for them walking has no value. For them heat has no value. For them heated body is no value. Those people just want to enjoy life. They are severely depressed all times. Even if they work or they don't work, they are feel depressed. They feel depressed. So, actually, it's a redundant character, redundant property of body. Like you are depressed all time. Though you are not doing anything very specific. You are not facing any challenge in your life because you are short of money or you are short of your social circle. You cannot face your friends. You feel depressed only because of that. Or there's some more work in your office, you start feeling depressed. I have to do this much work. But you don't forget that much work is healthier for your health. It's good for your health. As much as you are busy, you remain busy. You will enjoy because if work, if too much work with you and you cannot enjoy work with this way, you don't know work. I know people get tired. It's okay, but work imparts a degree of pleasure in everybody, irrespective of what money you get. Money, of course, comes directly or indirectly, but money cannot be considered basic or fundamental criteria to measure what work you are doing. Money cannot be used for measurement or evaluation of activity you are doing. Money can be considered as a gift, as a fruit, but that is not final answer. Final answer is what you achieve in life, what you contribute to society, what you contribute to world. How much money you have, nobody shall ask you. If you do some contribution, if you do something innovatively, they won't ask you what money you have. They simply say you are a very good scientist, you are a very good innovator. That point you have to understand. Moreover, money is something different. No one can get money alone. If there are some industries or businessmen who has billions of dollars or trillions of dollars, and if that person starts thinking that's because of him he got this money, I should say then that person has got money but no mind at all. He has money but with power of a degree of pride also he got him, which pride does not, his pride comes in a way to think facts. Industrialization or commerce or whatever you say, engineering, they are never solely independent works. You have to depend on someone else. If I make money, I should not say it's because of my efforts. It's because of efforts of many people. That point we have to understand. Just like nature is not alone, there are so many sections in nature that jointly, severally help us and contribute to us. Action of sun, action of wind, action of fire, action of sky, action of ground, action of every dynamism, action of seas, and action of whatever natural agencies are there, all in combination give us something. Fruit and a vegetable cannot be received, cannot be achieved without water, without soil, without sun. We know all that. So it's not alone that say, I got this. You got this because of efforts of others. You are lucky that money goes to you, but this is not your basic money. You have supports of many people. Hundreds and thousands of people work for you. This is because of all those efforts. Yes, you are giving some little in return to them because those are happy, those people are happy just because of that return. Maximum output you are taking, maximum proceeds you are taking because of innocence of those people. Well, we don't stay there. Okay, it's your luck, it's your business, your risk. But it's not because of you exclusively. Inclusive factor exists there, and that factor is many hands supported your actions, your proposals. Yes, when you lost, it's also same thing. Because of others you lost, or because of your mistakes you lost. But when you get positive factor, you must also credit those because of whom you got that. That's also a kind of biodiversity in your thinking. I'm very rich. It's my efforts. I did a lot of work in my life. Yes, you did a lot of work. You are claiming, but there are many people like you who also did more than what you did, but they could not get that. It's all time and your luck and your gift, whatever you can say. Man, or because a human, should be clean in thoughts. Life has to end one day. Keep in mind, money cannot go with us. Yes, it can be given back to your children or to your survivors, but it won't go with you. That's fact of life. In this body where you are living, this will not go with you. So, why you want to enjoy tongue then? Why to help so much your tongue? Enjoy everything. Why do I just think every way you want? Oh, it's mine. I am this much. I got my money. I'm number one or number two or number three in this record. So what after that? What is your contribution to this nature? Question is that. Money earning is not a contribution, cannot be called a contribution. It is accumulation of wealth. That's it. Don't forget, this wealth comes from earth. As I said in many talks of economy, economy is related to earth, lithosphere, air. Economy does not relate to your work. Your work is nothing, it's only an attempt to use resources. You cannot even manufacture a drop of water naturally. For that, you need chemical, hydrogen and oxygen. Only then you can do that. That point everybody knows. You are lucky that you got money. You are lucky, fortunate. And those who don't have, they are unlucky, I say. But ultimately, you are not getting money because of your original efforts. You are using natural wealth. Only then you are getting that. If this wealth is not available, what shall you do? Think of. These are very raw talks I am doing, but these are factual. Accumulation of wealth is one part. Wealth is earth. not your money. That is relative measurement, relative exchange measurement. Otherwise, wealth is in terms of earth. That is wealth on earth, no other wealth. If there's a tree, it's earth. If there's grass, it's earth. If there's sea water, it's earth. If there's air, it's earth. If there's sun, it's part of earth in to that extent. So what is yours? It's not a spiritual talk, it's scientific talk. What right do you have to kill others, to kill animals, birds, other creatures who have every right to live, but you kill them mercilessly because there is no legal punishment on that. So you are killing them. What do you say about that? Really, it's a question to be understood. It's an answer in itself to be understood. Answer is there in itself. No questioning, no answering. Answer is sitting in that question. That answer is whatever God created, delivered, that status must be maintained. Our body is very small. It's having very limited duration. 50 years, 60 years, 70 years, maximum 100 years on an average, not more than 80 years, 60 years. This is only a small part of the universe. We know one day we die. It changes its form since time of birth until time of death. Many faces, many portraits are changed, health is changed, everything is changed. Ultimately, it expires. It applies to everything, not only your body. You take radioactive material. Every material keeps on changing every day, every hour, and a limit comes when all metals and radioactive activity based metals change at end to form of radioactive lead. Ultimately, it may be whatever material. So that is a long, long journey that but human and these creatures have been given very small journey. Dog, cow, buffalo, birds. I don't know how many years they live, but I don't think they live thousands of years. They live, I think dog lives maximum 12, 13 years. Same way, some other this element, what to say, these animals, and they don't stay more than couple of, not, I don't think couple of decades even. So biodiversity must be understood as a part of mandatory science, mandatory subject. Until you understand that, you will enjoy everything. And that shall be detrimental to your health. That shall be detrimental to your blood pressure, to your physical natural activity. That shall add foreign elements to your body. But because you have to move society, you feel you're smart, if you drink too much, if you eat too much non-veg, or you move around here and there for sake of your standards, status maintaining, you think that way. So my only suggestion is nature must be respected. We have not respected so not by now, but we have to change our mindset in this regard. We have to bring to original status. Though it's not that easy, but we should do everything possible to get into original statement of earth so that this difference of its, let us say, air temperature rise, or destabilization of our greenery, bushfires, and many other our own created problems must be solved forever. No trees, if trees you remove like you have done, how shall you breathe? How shall you survive? It's a big question mark. Now, 90% of people don't like sunlight. They don't go for day walk. Either they walk in morning or evening, or they think it's okay. No, it's not okay. Walking doesn't mean walking in time when no sun. That walking got nothing. That walking got no meaning. It's simply walking but not energizing your body. Energizing body is important rather than walking because don't forget when you walk, you do a work, quantity of work you perform. You ask, I'm not just walking, I'm walking. No, you're walking as well as you're working. Working in a sense that there's a weight in your body, there's a coefficient of friction on the surface on which you walk and your soul. That surface friction may be biosurface friction may be zero point 0.5, zero point 0.6, zero point 0.7, depending upon which surface you walk. So your weight is downward, but your force is horizontal in 90 angle to your vertical weight. And that's equal to your weight into coefficient friction. Let us say this coefficient is zero point 0.5 and say your weight is 70 kilogram and zero point 0.5 is coefficient of friction to your soul and surface. So 70 multiplied by zero point 0.5, 35 kilogram. You are working in horizontal position 35 kilogram in one meter you walk, so 35 kilogram meter it is. Kilogram force meter. So when you walk 1 kilometer, same increases to that level. And when you walk 10 kilometers, say it goes and increases accordingly. So you are not simply walking, you are working. And when you use sun also on, when you walk, you're getting sun energy in addition to your own energy. So there's a change in equilibrium position, there's a change in the resultant force, and you're walking, your body is working. It gets sunlight into your all pores. It's much more than many injections you take of vitamin D. You get immense injection of vitamin D through your body, and that is uniform because it's natural application. It's not a syringe application. Certainly, you will have sweet in that. Don't worry because toxins are coming out. You can keep a bottle of water, small bottle, and take so that you hydrate your body to avoid dehydration. And this safety measure, I'm telling you, it's not medical, not medical person. Safety, safety, engineering, safety, health and environment. Because your body must be replenished with lots of water that it makes. In form of sweat or in form of dysentery or whatever, your water loss must be replenished by addition of some more, consumption of more what called hydration in your body. So what I say, be strong, little stronger to maintain you as strong as a part of biodiversity. Otherwise, you won't be strong enough. Moreover, this COVID-19 has, of course, changed our lifestyle. It's not going to be reinstated, don't worry, forget that. It's not going to be reinstated in coming decades. You have to move as you are moving. Safe distance or what distance or whatever, these all applications. This shall become like common life now. You have now to live a different life, not because of COVID, but change is a must when there's a change. Change is a must. You have to engineer this change. When I say engineer this change, it's not engineering change, it's for everybody to apply it. You experience sometimes, as many times as said, you walk and walk and walk. You'll find that this energy goes for you walking into your mind itself because of sun action, because of wind action. And you walk, your thinking capacity increases instantly. It increases, you get enhancement of your mind. What you notice sometimes, you walk and notice. I have noticed it many times. Mind generates energy because portion of energy that is generated in your body or regenerated in your body also is shared by mind. So mind takes maximum share of that energy. So resend it to different parts of body. So when that energy comes to your mind, it energizes your contemplation, your thought, and you remain active up till you walk. And after you take a bath, energy may go back once you take bath. But there's a change in flow of energy because of walking. Or even if you are making exercises, light exercise in the home. I'm not saying yoga, I'm not convinced with yoga. It's only physical exercises, nothing else. So your exercise, when you walk, it walks from your soul to your mind, and then goes to envelope in which you are living, spiritual envelope. So this is what I understand by biodiversity, that I am a part of biodiversity. If I set myself right, I can set many problems in my life. That answer would come from my mind, need not go somewhere else to get that answer. My mind will tell me what's right or what's wrong. That was my point today, to have general talk about humanity or human sciences, you can say, biodiversity, which is which is natural requirement. It's not subject or something you have to understand by teacher. That teacher is nature, and nature tells you, just like nature tells you have to eat, you have to sleep, you have to drink. You need that same way it tells you what you should do. That was my original thought. So I shared with you this talk, and I think you you understand. You get what I say. Maybe you know more than what I say. I can't say. Good morning, Mr. Chaudhary. Good morning, Mr. Gurcharan. And somebody else, I think. Good morning, everybody who's here. Good morning, Mr. Ahmad. Vicky. Good morning, Mr. Anand Jalpur. Mr. Ahmad. Okay, okay, I'll call you soon. And good morning, everybody. So people are not sleeping, that's correct. Mr. Abhi Guru. Well, that is, now I'll go to management. Same talk. That's management, which is our daily routine. Management, which I'm going to say, how to manage yourself first. This was pointed, I told you, manage with diversity, biodiversity. If you manage with biodiversity, you will manage with many other problems, because you will get power, strength, and once you energize yourself, your mind and soul together, your stamina will increase, you will be short of sleep, and if there's a requirement to work, you'll think, you'll sleep less, and that sleep less state is required to do more work. You may question, why should I sleep less? Yes, you have a right question. Why should you sleep less? There's 7 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours standard to sleep. Yes, there is a standard of sleep, but that standard applies only when you use your time to work. How many hours do you work out of 24 hours? You hardly work 8 hours, 6 hours, 5 hours. Do you work 20 hours? Do you work 15 hours? I don't think so. If you work 8 hours a day or 10 hours a day in industries, how many hours actually do you work? You know it. This is secret to you. Look busy and do nothing and do everything and be busy are different phrases. Some people show that they are busy. Some people really are busy. Some people do that they are busy. Some people pose that they are busy. They know facts, none else. But your quantum of work tells what you did, how much busy you are. Your output shall prove, depending on your efficiency, whether you are busy or you are not busy. There is no need of explaining that. Nobody will question that also, because, okay, this person can work only this much, what can I do? At least he's working, that is for that. Sometimes we accept 4 hours, say, okay, he works 4 hours a day, fine. At least 4 hours. There are people who don't even work and talk too much and show if every problem is with them, and they are too busy, and actually they are not busy. I've seen many people talking and talking and talking and talking, backbiting each other, this and that, and we ask what they did. Oh, I have done this and I have done this and I have done this, and did nothing. At least 4 hours is acceptable when such people also there. Lie is very, you can lie means it's not big crime, you lie. But of course, when you lie, you lose trust. If you lose trust means you lose much. Trust building or confidence building is a significant one. You can lose trust so much. When I ask something, what you did, I did that, I did this, I did that, and I cross question in that, you don't answer. This way you're simply lying that you did that. You did not do that. Either you copied from someone else or someone else did it for you and you are saying you did that. This I'm telling you because it's also part of management. I'm not saying you are very truth. You always speak truth. Even I don't speak truth always. I know that. I am not a truthworthy. I'm not a trustworthy to myself. Maybe people think I'm trustworthy, but I'm dishonest, I know, because I'm a human being. When I'm in profession, I think of profession. I think of my party that gave me job. I think only for that party. And if sometimes in interest of that party, it's required to speak false statement, provided it's not impacted on me or someone else, I use it. Do you know that? I would say, oh, this is professional requirement. It's not my personal requirement. But professional or personal, lie is a lie. I can openly say I am not trustworthy person. I am a liar as well. Of course, not to that level as others are. But in personal life, I'm not a liar. Work is different. Sometimes you do something, you spend money on that, and you have to protect that money. You cannot say that you did not do what was required. Though you did not do that. But you say, no, I did that. Of course, it's lie. But because it's not for you, you say, I am talking for someone else. But I can't save my skin from that. So it is lie ultimately. So I am a liar. I am a sinner in that case as well. So I had to pay back that when I die. I am ready with that because it's my compulsion that I have to work there because I need food, I need shelter, I have to live, I have to survive. So this is also a part of, what I said. You cannot live ideal life. When you are dependent on others, you have to solve problems of your people, you have to solve problem of yourself. And if in that case you have to hide something, you hide it. That's equivalent to false statement. But it is not in your control to avoid that. If you say no, 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 you say do it again. If I say no, 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 I did it wrong, then say if you know it is wrong, do it again. Simple. Because why you're telling me it's wrong? If you know it's wrong, better you yourself correct it. So ultimately, again it is wrong, then what to do? So there is a limit, you can say, within this percentage you can lie. You may say, I'm not saying that. It's just an explanation I'm giving to you. You may decide, just like you add salt to your flour, this flour, you make chapati or roti or hummus, you make this grains powder, white powder, add some salt to that. You are adding that salt to that means it's limited quantity of salt that is for your purpose of taste, not in proportion of 1 is to 2 or 0.5 is to 1. It's not that small spoon of salt you add to that just to, let's say, change little feeling of taste. It's not going to give any bad, harmful or healthy to no, it's something that just a change of taste. So you have to fix what level, what degree of false statement or lie you can use, and up to what you are honest. Honest and dishonest is properties you have to decide. I cannot say you do this or you do that, but better be limited. Ultimately, it's going to ask you question in future. when you are somewhere else. You have to answer yourself. Sometimes it happens while thinking on your past. I retrospect right in by that company, what I did there, how I handled that position, how I dealt with that my staff, I handled with that owner. So all my bad acts and good acts keep coming in, and sometimes I feel why I did that actually. I should not have done that. I should have been arrogant with that person who was my senior. Unnecessarily, I scolded him. So that thoughts come to me automatically. It's not with me, for everyone it is. If you recall your past, which cannot be recovered, there's no solution to that. You cannot change it because that's gone into your history. Your act has gone, has been registered in nature. You did that. So you can't do anything on that. But you have to think why I did that. Can I correct my further actions? Or in future, can I take care of that? To that extent, it's okay that I am taking care in future. I'm not going to do this. Even after that, you are forced to do it. Because we are human. No one is unique, no one is independent in this world. A billionaire is billionaire because people work for that billionaire. Otherwise, he cannot be billionaire. You are engineer not because you are engineer, but because people work for you. That's you are engineer. As an engineer, if I am everything, no, you cannot say that. If these people who work for me on my guidance or on my command, and if they work for me, I say yes, it's my work. Even then, I say it's my work. Or it's not my work. It's my guidance, and they work. But I said, no, I did that. This is called fake statement. It's group that works. And you are a group leader. You are telling them what to do, what not to do, and they do that. So if they do not work, I can't say I have engineered it. I can't engineer that. That that mental state is required in management, in organization. If you keep everything to you, oh, I did that, then people shall not respect you. But that's not fact. You know, everybody knows that's not fact. If I have say 500 personnel with me, including staff, they work for me on some project, I have to instruct all them as a leader of that project. Staff, personnel, managers, and all those who are working that, they seek my instructions. And I have to instruct them, and I can instruct them only when I know what I have to instruct them. I should collect information from documents or something, and based on my experience, I can say do it, and I chart out something. You have to do this, you have to do this, and you have to do this. They do it, and they say, okay, we have done it. So if they have done it, means I have done it. But actually, they did it, and below them there are other people who did it. So in fact, it's a stepping. We are all rising on a staircase. Where reaching after 12 rises, landing at other 12 rises. You reach your floor and then another stair and another stair. Like that you reach on terrace. But you have to move on all the waste slabs, on flights and these terrace. So everybody, whoever works with you is due for credit. Everybody's credit must go credit in form of appreciation or credit in form of credibility or credit in form of some raise, whatever it is, or trust, confidence building, and they one time become asset to organization, asset creation, so that they remain with you and you get more and more jobs in future. But remember, you are not independent. Problem comes when one starts thinking that I am independent, I am everything. That problem creates problems actually. Interaction with people is very important. Despite whatever language each other speak, interaction is very important. Leaders fail involved because they don't interact with those people who brought them to that position. Because there's a gap they maintain. They maintain a gap once they come to that position. They want, oh, I am this, keep off. Don't know when you come to take appointment and then come to me, I am so big. Means you close doors to them. And that is where weakness lies. You are weak if you cannot talk to your people. You are inefficient if you cannot open your doors to them. If they come to talk to you about something, you should be ready to discuss with them. Yes, I'm not saying for what they should come to you. Everybody got some problem, personal problem, private problem, family problem. You have a duty to listen to them because they work for you. If they do not work for you, you can't be successful. This is human relation. This is personal relation. Work is work. I'm not talking of work here. Work is a chain. It has a described duty. Work is first priority, but before work is also a priority. That is trust priority. If I trust someone, I can give, okay, I'm giving this clear because I am responsible for this. You do it. You are responsible. I will not ask anybody else. I will ask you. I want result because I trust that person. If that person is trustworthy, you have to support that person because that person is working for you. There are bad or good in every organization. I accept that. I am also bad. I am also angry sometimes. I am arrogant because of nature of my job. I cannot say, oh, do it job. If I do like, please do it. You think people shall do it? They will not do it. Where computer command is required, it has to be given. Where it's not required, doesn't it need to be given. If I have to take action, yes, I have to take action. That's my job. That's my duty. And if I avoid that action, I fail in my duty. But it does not mean if I take action against someone, it is not my enemy. No. I have to control that person. That person is beyond my control. So I have to constrain him in my action. So I don't like it. Sometimes you have to apply hammer on red iron. If iron red goes away, it's normal. You can't apply hammer. You have to apply hammer sometimes. But this is not common. Leadership means leadership. Once people realize that you are a leader for them, then they will do whatever you want to do. They trust you. I experienced in my life, if people trust you, once when they see you immediately, they say, I don't know who is this. How is that? Yes, that's true. When someone doesn't know me, how can they say this is good or bad? But when they come in touch with me, they come in dealing with me, they started learning about me, what I am. Then after a little gap, say a couple of months, or when they understand that I'm not bad, I'm with them, I support them, I'm not their enemy, I'm not come to, you can say, retrace them, I am here for their help and for my own help. Then they, that gap that exists in minds, that this is this nationality, maybe it doesn't listen to me, that point should not be even considered. When it's work, it's not nationality, it's humanity. It's not called national and international relations, it's called human relations. You may have 50 nationalities working with you, it doesn't matter for me. They may be whatever nationality, but they are human beings. That's most important for me. I have to see their efficiency. I have to recognize their efforts. Yes, there can be variations in efficiency depending on nation. Even in one nation, you'll find there's a variation in efficiency. So we have to be very clear about that. After all humans are same. Yes, there may be changes in certain quality of work done by some people. Or some people are more having more power to pick up, or sometimes language also play a game. Means my country people, they understand me better than some other, but it doesn't make much difference. Language is never an issue. It's never an issue. Race is never an issue. Issue is trust. Trust is an issue. I have to deal with Arabic people, different Arabic people. I have to deal with British people. I have to deal with whatever nationality, Thailand nationality, Philippines nationality, whatever nationality. Everybody is human being. Everybody takes food through mouth. Everybody walks on legs. Everybody wants to work. Yes, there will be some naughty people who don't want to work but get money. 2 or 3% only, not more than that. Everywhere you have the same problem. Naughty people don't work. But that doesn't mean they should be thrown away. They should be given chance, opportunity. If they work fine, because management says, organization doesn't say right man for right job. It's not always possible. Right man for right job. You can say fittest man or some fittest man, 60% fit, 70% fit for that job can be trained further. Right man is 100% I cannot get fit. There are extraordinary people only 100% fit or more than 100% fit. I can't claim that I have that much. Or I am also not that. I am saying I am 100% fit. No, I am not. No one is that. 100% fit. It's job, how you perform, not even job description. Job, I'm saying. Job description can be changed, can be decided. Job description doesn't answer anything. That's why in job description also we say these activities and also goals. Anytime we can assign to you. These are not end. These are only limited one, and you can be given additional work also. This means they expect people who can do at least this. And in addition, if they can do fine, they can be given that work also. Maybe you are saying I'm just wasting your time. Sometimes your time should be wasted because you have to understand facts. Sometimes you know facts, but you can't have explanation of that. That's what I'm trying to explain based on my experience. Sometimes books can't answer you. Sometimes you know something, but you cannot answer that. Someone needs to tell you what you are. If you ask someone who don't know you, you ask, can you tell me what you feel about me? And that person will tell you something which you never thought of. Which you never thought of, you are this. Okay, you think I'm like that? You're surprised to see that. What of person talking? But because that person is not known to you, that person doesn't know you, but he observes you. Observes you, and person who knows you, that person would not tell you what's your bad point or what's your good point. They may say, yes, yes, you are very good, you're excellent, you are this and that. But there may be some negative point in me, that person will tell me, but some person unknown to me, that says, see, you are having this bad habit. That person I always like. I like those person who can frankly say, you should change this conduct. Because that person, unknown to me, watches me. He can tell me my plus points also. A plus point, everybody, I know my plus points. I want to know my those points which I can't identify. Those points can change my conduct. Those points can change my overall working. Or if I realize this person is right, then I have to tell that person, please keep watching on me also in future and tell me if I make another mistake which I think I should have done. It's all part of professional organization. Your organization, yourself, as a person you are, as an engineer you are, as a manager you are, as an organizer you are, whatever you are, it's part of that. I am talking about this because this is very common in dealing. What I understood in my life, what I gained in my life based on my experience in working in various countries and various companies and organizations with different nationalities. I can retrospect actually what I did, where I did, where I was failure, where I was successful. Why did I unnecessarily fight with this person? Why did I unnecessarily, this person was not bad, but that bad, but I treated him that badly. Why? Sometimes you have to retrospect. Okay, this was my fault. I should not have told him this much. I should not appreciate him that much, but I appreciated him, or I should not have done this and done that, all that I take into my consideration. when you are free sometime, even half an hour, and think about that. Because when you are in job, you are busy, you don't have time to think about that. Moreover, it requires some time, some stamina, some efficiency to recall because mind is powerful. Mind remembers everything. It doesn't delete any file on its own. Even if file is deleted, it recoups, it retrieves that from some corner and brings it back sometimes. So what I suggest that be human first. Forget nationality, forget race. Human together work everywhere. They work together. There is some friction. This is this and there. I mean, until they know about that person, it's too late. I I was respected by many nationalities. I respected many nationalities. They never had a friction. Yes, in beginning sometimes it happened. It used to happen with someone when they didn't want I got to know. Later on, we all got befriended. Oh, no, it's okay, fine. This one is very good. Bad. I say, okay, you are very good. No problem. We have to accept some limitations because there's no way. Yes, my knowledge of job according to my experiences and his knowledge of job is according to experience. If I think that person is deficient in something, then I should tell him, please do this. You should do like that. So that person understand this man cannot cheat me. This is my friend, and maybe he adopts your suggestions, or I adopt his suggestions. That is called international integrity, I can say, not national, international. Then they don't criticize each other. Oh, this is from that country, very good, very good. I even changed. I offered many of my colleagues from Arab world, Lebanon, Palestine, and many other countries. See, take this food; it's good for health. And they ate vegetables, and then how do you feel that? It's very good, very good, very good. Because nobody offered them that. I'm not saying what they say, what they eat is wrong. It's their culture. They ate this type of food, that type of food, but they had no option. They are born like that. If they are born like that, it's not their fault. It's in the blood, it's their culture that they have to eat fish or they have to eat chicken or they have to eat mutton or beef. It's in their culture. You can't change that. But there's no substitution. Nobody gave them this. Try this, and if you try, they say, "I was not told this is so good. Vegetable is very good." Surprisingly, they say like that. Very good, Allah, very good. This means at least sometime that person will use it, eat it in future. I'm not with him always, but if he says yes, it's good, very good, he will buy it and cook it for that person. So it depends on how you integrate with people. It's not integrate in your country. I am talking of human integration, which confines to whole world. I'm not talking about my country because it's difficult to teach your people. It's easy to interact with those who are not your country people, but they are world people who have no political relation to me, who are not linked to me in any way. Here we have political mingling, so we are different here. We have different kind of contemplations here. But as far as world is concerned, they respect each other nationally. I have many such instances that say, "Oh, you have country like that?" Because they know very limited about my country. Because I also know very limited about their country. Right? We know through citizens when they meet together in whatever position they work together, they know each other, they interact together, then they know how we think in our country and how they think in their country. So this all basic development of personality impacts on your organizational skill. They learn something, they teach also something. Believe me, as far as quality is concerned, I appreciate those people rather than our people because those people understand standards of work. Maybe they don't understand quality spelling or what's meaning of ISO 9000 or Sigma 6. They don't understand that. But one thing they understand, If cement is this much, it should be this much. If mix is this much, should be that much. They say, Mia bil Mia. What do you mean? Say 100 by 100. It's in their word. So they do not trust in dishonesty, first of all. So it changes. It impacts on your working. It impacts on working. Our people know work. They can do work, but our people are little careless. And if they are trained, they are constrained, they are forced to work. There is no parallel answer. They are best, but problem is what? Those societies have been taught standard what? Standard acts. So they repeat that, and they are used to that system. You can say mechanical work system, which we were not used to. And I've seen many examples there. Our people could not do something which they did mechanically. Our people were not able to do that level as they did. Because not our people are weak or something, our people they don't have a facility that they enjoy facility in life. Operation of earthworks, operation of equipment, operation I think they used what? How to drive car in right side driving. They used to do that, they manage that. They organize. So it's all your personality, how you accept that, how to interact with those people, not because of language but because of acts. You have to support them in language, that's also required. They can support you in that language, also is required. Sometimes I do not know Arabic, they do not know English, so I can use them, they could use me. Please write for me this, could write them for me. Somebody, one person came to me, he was going on vacation. I don't know his name, I don't know. Please, this. He brought a tie, and can you make tie for me? I see he was traveling. He wanted to do it. Okay, he left. Okay, he's happy that my engineer is wearing tie, so he can give this tie up to me, and nothing is just took 2 minutes. I get very straight up. So that person will remember. See, I asked this person. He's my boss, or he's so high. He didn't mind it. I directly went to his room without doing tuck or knock knock, and he did for me. So that person will take that impression with him and go to his country and tell many people, see, there's a senior from India and he did this for me. My India facility. And there was I still remember one person just from Lebanon, and I was senior to him there. Sometime he used to come in morning time, right time, sometimes no, there's some personal problem, family. Okay, half an hour late, 1 hour late sometime. No problem. He telephoned me, his wife telephoned me, he didn't know very good English. His wife telephoned to me. No problem, half an hour, no problem, 1 hour, or in the morning I'm not coming, okay. But once I was on vacation, the other person took over, his country person. He always complained about that person. He told me later on, see, I told him, see, this guy, the Indian guy never complained to White House. This man has come, but he always complained. So there's a difference of personality. I know that person has a problem, so fine, let him solve his problem. If he comes to you in problem, there's no meaning of coming if you are not able to person change a job. So what I'm telling you, this is organizational skills. These are all parts of organization, how you deal with your human resources. See, first you have to see if your person is not happy, if your resources are not happy, you cannot perform. If they cannot perform, if you cannot perform. So first his mind should be free for what? When you are on duty, you are on job, you should be on job only. Yes, there are problems on job, that's a different problem. But if there's a personal problem, it always interferes in the job. So we have to keep that very seriously. There should be no personal problem. That point is very important to understand. And if we can understand that, that's fine. Personal problem must be solved before coming to job. And if you keep that problem in you, then directly or indirectly, you shall mistake in job. You will not be able to do job as is required to do. This happened with me. This happened with everybody. When I was in tension, I made mistakes. It happens because of diversion of your concentration, and that diversion should be corrected before impacting on job. I always take it that way. Sometimes you are free to think, you do very good job, you do double than it's done, your people do better, and you feel happy. But you don't miss that if they do something good for you more than expected, and you have to pay them back also. If you are not able to recognize their results, recognize their achievement, just say, they are paid for that. They are paid for that's right. But they are not paid for enthusiasm. They are not paid to do double job. So you have to compensate them, not financially, otherwise as well, if you can. This is up to you, how you manage, how you organize your skills. People are there, you have to teach them, you have to learn from them, both. You have to teach them what you want to do or what you want them to do for you or for job. And you have to learn from them also their nature, their mindset, their systems they learn in their country, how to improve them to your requirement. Nobody shall understand what you want to do, but you have to select someone out of them to actually tell them what you are required to do. Once they understand what you want, second time they will do this, no problem. But you have to train them in first attempt. For that, you must know what you have to train them. For this purpose, we say we have to either speak to them about what they have to do, or we have to give them something in writing that what to do. You can't expect everything is written. Our skilled personnel, they are so skilled that they can do whatever they want to do or whatever they are asked to do, but they cannot write. That's also a fact of life. They can write, they can speak in their language, but they cannot write in English. So this is a problem for everyone, not only for them. So someone has to explain them. At least one time, stand there to tell them what you have to do now and now and now, until the activity is over. And once they understand what is in your mind and they know what you have to do, then one time, second time, and then it moves on and on and on. And you solve your problems. Then you need not be standing there all the time on their heads. And then you see what you did that? Yeah, same thing you have to do here. Then will change. They may come to you for that. Don't stop them sometimes. Even carpenters and helpers used to come to me for their problems. Okay, I'll go to site with you and see what's happening. So you see, when you are in organizational mode, hierarchy doesn't work, you see. It works, but it's not always there. If you just sit down, oh, it's hierarchy, why did you come to me? That man came to you because that man is unable to get answer from somewhere else. Maybe because your supervisors are not trained, your your foremen are not trained well, or they're not able to answer them, or that person is located far from them. He thought that was located really nearby, and he comes to you. I have this problem. Tell me. So don't take it that seriously, because that person is also working for you. An organizer should believe in whatever is system, but emergency requirement to know the system. In emergency, system stops. System cannot solve emergency. So we have an emergency call, then we have to deal with instant solution, instant attendance. It doesn't matter then, law doesn't matter then. You have, because there's an emergency, you have to deal with separately. That is basic requirement. You cannot generalize it, or no, this is system given writing, I do this. That cannot be. Because if you believe in your system of bureaucracy, you will fail. This is also fact of life. So when I discuss about organizational skills, there is no end to that. Organizational skills means one skill is about you are a manager, organizer, One skill is that you are an engineer, or you are a supervisor, or you are a chairman of a company, managing director. It depends what you are. But work knows only results. It does not know managing director, it does not know chairman, it does not know engineer or supervisor. Work knows itself. I have been done. Once work is done, everybody seeks credit on that. Input may be zero, but credit should be given to them. This is natural. And I don't mind this also. Okay, you take credit, you want credit, you take credit. But what do you do with that? If you are asked to do that, can you do that? If you are so sure, they can take credit. Suppose I'm not there tomorrow. Those who worked for this item do not represent tomorrow their presence, and you are asked to do that, then you shall be in trouble. This means by taking false credit, you are inviting trouble and you will expose yourself when that point comes in. Therefore, be honest and tell clearly, yes, my staff has done this, my juniors have done this, I have just instructed them. I don't know about this anything, but I can do so required with their support. That should be your honest approach, not that I did it. Management shall understand you did not do it, yet you are saying I did it. How can chairman be involved on site work? How can managing director be on site work? How shall an engineer from honors end can be involved on site work? So sometimes honesty pays, sometimes does not pay. This is where honesty is required. Give credit to those whom this is due. It happened with many times, there were errors on site. Errors happen means this is public work, people are involved, human resources are involved, so I don't expect any, exciting error. No, it's error. It is. Don't be anxious. Don't be anxious. It's part of game. It's part of game. Errors must be there. If no errors means you are not learning anything. Errors teach you. Yes, it costs. It costs, I know. But you can't avoid them. Miscommunication, misdirection, or mishandling, or ignorance, or many other factors lead to errors. It's not you or myself. It's combination of factors, but total damage should go to you because you are head. In spite of fact that you are not involved with that, but your people are involved here. There might be communication gap. There might be some other gap that you could not explain to them what they were required to do. So this is your credit or debit, and I accept that. Whenever they ask me why it happened, why this concrete bulge, who was responsible, this and that, give me a report. I simply said I am responsible because I am head of site. Take whatever action you want to take. Why should I say my site engineer was responsible, my mason was responsible? Why I should say that? When you do job, mistakes happen. It's human error. And when it is good job, you don't ask inquire about this. When there's something wrong, you say inquire about this. Okay, there's a mistake, what to do? We'll correct it, that's all. What answer do you want? What is the question you want? There was some error, that's why it happened. It's my mistake or his mistake. Or you want to fire that person? Do you want to fire that person because of one mistake? It happened. It's what? You have to act like that. One mistake doesn't mean all other mistakes are there. Something happened, many hands change. There can be any error. Failure of anywhere, any system. Failure of bolt, for example, in shipping. Or ply is not very strong at that point. Or over vibration or something like that. So you cannot check, you cannot investigate. It's not a crime. It's not a bluff, it's not robbery, it's not scam, it's a technical error. You will set it right, that's all. They simply say, "Oh, investigate, you report, that report, what report? You want reports or you want solutions?" This is construction design. This is world handled by people, not by machines, not by robots. Failures, errors are evident. The only point is how much can we minimize them? That's the only point. Therefore, we should be smart enough. Yes, if for that error somebody wants to terminate me, congratulations to you, manager. If you terminate me, I am ready to be terminated, but I shall not allow others to be terminated because they work on my instructions. I am ready to terminate me. I am just trying to give you feedback on one should be frank, how one should be frank. This is the only way. That keep your job on your palm always. You'll find many threats in job. I'm not talking for designers. I'm talking for those who work in day and night on sites. They actually take risks everywhere. There are instances where shuttering collapse, people fall. It happens due to careless of whosoever. Always there's a lapse. That's why it happens. If everything is perfect, it will not happen. It happens because there is something wrong. That fact must be realized. I don't know why I'm feeling thirsty all time here. So, gentlemen, this is my personal experience I shared with you. But don't forget, management is not free, organization is not free. You have to pay or you have to receive. Somewhere you have to pay in means I'm not saying money. Somewhere you have to learn something, you have to pay something. In some company, you may have chance, organization have a chance to learn something. Then you have to learn even at low cost salary. Maybe you don't get that salary you deserve, but you are given a chance that you can learn something which should be used somewhere else in some other organization. Or if you are in same organization, you will be able to do more responsible jobs. It happens not only for engineers but for all personnel who are with you, staffing personnel or crew. They learn more and more activities and they shall apply them in future jobs. I remember our people learned waterproofing in many projects, wet system, dry system application, and also they learned this sports surfacing in one project. This high standing sports surfacing material was procured from France, and instructor also came from France to teach our people and ourselves. So they were given a chance to learn. A crew was constituted. They learned application from that technician of France by that company, and he tried. He did everything on site and explained to everybody, instructed everyone how to do that. It took many days to learn that, and after that, that person left, and our people managed. They did it themselves. So because that's a kind of additional learning. So they were all aware of what to do because they learned. There's nothing written in writing, just explanation by that person on field. And I too was a part of that. Then he also somebody came also for epoxy flooring, 1.5 mm thick and 3 mm thick. He demonstrated that on site, and we learned that. So when you work for some organization, you are exposed to many opportunities to learn various applications. Of course, there are subcontractors, everybody, but knowledge is knowledge. So when you learn as a professional, then you can make method statements of that, like I can do. But those people who are not literate to write, and it's not their duty as well. They learn physically, and they do that. They can do a number of revisions on them, and they keep on moving whenever that's required. But don't forget, you have to compensate them for that additional activity they do. Otherwise, there will be no harmony in sight. This is job training. It's not necessarily should be something very extraordinary. Job training is job training. Many activities are done on site. People learn them, and we learn them also. Now, coming on to main point, and that's quality, and this is all quality related. When I say you are learning more and more activities, this is also part of quality, that you are changing your quality of professionalism, relational, occupationalism. If you are learning more activities, that you are upgrading yourself, you are getting more and more quality oriented, means you can perform better than what you used to perform. One activity, second activity, third activity, and like that you learn 10 activities. Then you need to stay at home foreman or supervisor one day, rather than being a trade system man. Or you can be a company trained engineer. There are so many engineers in companies who are called company made engineers. You can be that kind of engineer. Those are not recognized papers, but company uses you. You know that you have learned this much. Then you do that. There are so many cases found in field. We call them engineers, but they are not actually educated engineers. It's just like experience. They may be general foreman, they may be other one, they may be supervisor, whatever you give them designation to, for purpose of payment. But they are actually different people. They know job. If you get such people in your life, don't annoy them. Don't force them to go to the site. Then you will be a loss, not they. Because they will be accepted somewhere. Because such people have a little defect also. If they learn a lot, they have some degree of pride in them, which is natural. If I also have some pride, I know this and that and this. Those are, of course, and you should just digest them, because this knows this. So this person is of actually additional value than others. So when required, that person shall be useful to you. You should. That's actually called diplomatical angle in management or organization. If you have that angle, you can do better. Moreover, efficiency is very important. Never show that you are inefficient, because if you are inefficient, you can't survive. I'm not saying be lazy or active. Inefficient means value job, value time. You may relax after doing job for 1 hour, 2 hours. If you so feel that I am tired, you have then job and nobody will say anything while you're relaxing in your room. You can take a cup of tea and relax for half an hour and then come back. Provided you're done job, and if you're not done job and relaxing, certainly some will say you're not doing anything, you're sleeping. That's usually not say sleeping. They call it sleeping, though your eyes are not sleeping. You're sitting, you're talking, but say you are sleeping, you're not done this. For them, sleeping means active, remain busy, do job. That's called active state of your mind and your body. This is what I'm saying now. Learn from those people. Don't sleep. Oh, Suraj is sleeping, is doing nothing. This and so that. Oh, this guy is sleeping. When I go there, I find him sleeping. Sleeping means you're not able to be there and see. He's not seen there. Always, I don't know. That guy is sleeping. It's not doing anything. This is conduct of people. They conduct like that. I'm just, this is human relation, organizational way. And then quality angle is there. Quality of status, quality of personal quality. What's quality of the personal? This is quality of my personal life. They respect job, they respect conduct, they respect how should they do, and how should they deliver their products, what they produce, and they if they make mistake, they come to experts and solve those mistakes. Contract now, as I usually continue contracts. This talk is about contracts, but I do go step by step to understand that because every topic, every discussion, every chart point actually is meant for contract. If you are good people, good equipment, good everything, that's for contract. So efficiency of contract and potential of contract, or you can say status or standard of contracts, depends on what sort of person you have deploy on that project. If they are good, result will be fine. If they are not good, result will be fine. You must understand that fact. FIDIC, as I said, FIDIC document, standard document of contract, standard form of contract, we always talk of that, and we are here to discuss about that regularly till it is over. And all this what I am answering with you is related to that because activity, human resources, and leadership all is involved there in contract. Whatever sort of contract be there, these points certainly play their roles there. Contract is not a contract if there is no resource, then contract is meaningless. You cannot say I'll get resource later on. This means you can't sign contract. You cannot say I'll get resource when it's required. You can't sign contract. Your resource must be available. Only then you can sign a contract. Otherwise, waste of time. You may be having a lot of resources, but for this contract, what you have, that's the point. Capacity building you should have if you want to contract. You should have capacity. If you are neither, if you are neither your human resources nor your equipment resources, nor your money resources, and you ask someone give me contract, shall you get that? On what basis? Oh no, I'm an engineer, give me that. If you're an engineer, you can work yourself, you think? Yes, as an engineer, you may get design contract, quantity contract, that you may get. But as far as physical work is concerned, site work is concerned, you can't get that without resources. You should have money power, human power, and mechanical power, and then technical input. Only then you are having certain degree of capacity to do this job. Only then you can get some involvement contracts. Otherwise, there's no meaning of contract. It's fake that I signed the contract, but I'm not able to continue on that because I have no resources. So there is no meaning of signing that contract because I cannot do it, and person who signs with me, he cannot act against me. That's very important point. Everybody must understand this point. Contract can be valid only if you are potential. If you have potential. No potential, there is no contract. Because it is contract. Track. Both track. You have to move on that track. If one person wants to move, other doesn't. How can you move them? And both have to move together. If one person is sitting, others moving, what's the meaning of contract? No contract, no meaning. Both are not working, both are not moving. That's what I think about. So in that contract, we now jump to contract. And this contract is FIDIC. I show to you every time. This time I also would like to show you certain pages of that which are linked directly to your understanding. Let me show you that again. Just 2 3 pages. What it's all about. It is This is cover page of that. Conditions of contract for construction. It's FIDIC. Read a book. This is essence something, essence of time. The graphics showing timings and this other graph, and there's one more. I'll stop and you can read this yourself. This file is available on URL as given on text of this video or some of the videos. You can go to that file, download it from script.com, and it will be helpful for you if you want to see that. I'm not able to show it from here. I'll move on to this contract now. What actually it says that this is another page I showed to you now. This is for buildings and engineering works designed by employer. This is designed by employer and worked by contractor. So there are some content here. There are 21 clauses in this, clause 1 to 51. This is first part, and then there are general conditions of dispute avoidance or adjudication agreement. Then procedural rules of that, and so many other contents. If we go then to contents parts of this is after graphics. I explain about these graphics. So now in context is general conditions. General conditions, and in that is general provisions. General provisions are from 1 to 16, 116, and then that is clause 2, that's employer, which is as clause 2, and that's from right of access to site to employer supplied material and employer's equipment. Then there's 3, which is engineer, and that is, what is engineer, and there are about 8 explanations in that. So there is 4, that's contractor, and there are 23 explanations in that. And then this is 5, that's subcontracting, and there are 2 explanations in that. After that we go to staff and labor, that is 6. There are about 12 explanations in that. And clause number 7, that's plant materials and workmanship. There are about 8 explanations. And then 8, that is commencement, delays and suspension. There are about 13 explanations in that category. And then We go to test on completion. There are about four explanations. Then employers taking over, four explanations, and then there's 11 that's defects after taking over. Defects after taking over is about 11 explanations. And then measurement and valuation, that is 12, that's about four explanations. And then valuations and adjustments, which is 13, there are about seven explanations. And contract price and payment is about 14, there are about 15 explanations. Then 15 is termination by employer. After that, if you go to suspension and termination by contractor, this is clause 16. There are about four explanations and 17 care of works and indemnities. It's having six explanations. And exceptional events, that is 18, there's now six explanations, and insurance 19, two explanations. Then 20 is employers and contractors claim, there's about two explanations, and disputes and arbitration, there are eight explanations. And then is appendix, this is general conditions of contract, and then index of some subclauses. This is all about this explanations, and now what actually we have studied so far. That's also very important to be clear with. Means you have studied in one provision, general provision, we study accepted contract amount, advance payment certificate, advance payment guarantee, base date, bill of quantities, claim, commencement date, and compliance verification system. Then conditions of contract are these conditions, and contract, and the contract agreement, and contract data, contract price, and contractor, contract's document, and contractor's equipment, and then contractor's personal, contractor's representative, and cost. After cost plus profit, country DAAB, or dispute avoidance education board, or DAB agreement, and date of completion, IRS. After that, DAB, DAB agreement, date of completion, that's day work schedule, defects notification period, delay damage, dispute, drawings, employer's equipment, employer's personal, employer supplied material, engineer, engineer's representative, exception event, extension of time, FIDIC, final payment certificate, and final statement, foreign currency and general conditions, goods interim payment certificate or IPC, then joint venture. After that is JV, joint venture, and before that is interim payment certificate, joint venture, and JV undertaking. Then key personal loan, loss and letter of acceptance, and letter of tender, local currency, materials, month, no objection, notice of dissatisfaction, that's called NOD. and party, particular conditions, party and payment certificate, performance certificate, performance security, then excuse me, permanent works, and plant program meaning means apparatus, equipment, machinery, and vehicles, and then program, provisional sum, QM system, retention money, review, schedules, schedule of payment, section, site, special provisions, specification, statement, application for payment certificate, subcontractor, and taking over certificate. Mhm. Okay, that's right. Taking over certificate, temporary works, tender, test for completion, test on computers, test time, test. Time for completion, unforeseeable variation, works year. Okay, then you can say, let's see, that is after that. We were there at some point yesterday. Termination, employer, assistance, employers, personal and other contractors. Where was yesterday? So it is 3-1. Then engineer. So I think I was somewhere on 8-1, right? I disappeared actually. Let me find where I was. I think it was somewhere in 8. Delay damages. Employer suspicion. What's the reason for this? Payment for plant and machinery. Retesting. Then it is failure to pass test on completion. Employers taking over. Surface requiring statement. Delays and taking over. Cost of remedying defects. Right of access and take over. Then contractor will search. Performance certificate. Unfulfilling obligations. Clear on site. Measurement and valuation. I think we are doing measurements valuation. Variations and adjustments. I think are here. So we start evaluations and adjustment. I think this is 13. Says 13 or 31 is right to vary. Variation and adjustment. Let's say variation may be initiated by engineer under subclause 13.3 variation procedure at any time before issue of taking over certificate for works. I think I've done this or no. Other than stated under subclause 11.4, variation shall not comprise omission of any work which is to be carried out by employer or by other employees, otherwise agreed by parties. Value engineering way of thought, so I don't think we will do that. Variation procedures is also gone. And I think we have to variation by request for proposal, this was also over. Proposal sums were over. Endeavor was also over. Adjustment by change in laws also over. Contract price for payment, advance payment, we have done all that. Application for interim payment is also done. Schedule of payments. Let us do this at schedules of payment. Schedules of payment. I don't know how much you are understanding this. Yeah, I think you understand. My eyes I open when I take hot water. I take cold, I don't. Schedules of payment. If contract includes a schedule of payments specifying installments in which contract price will be paid, then unless otherwise stated in this schedule, A installment quoted in schedule of payments shall be treated as estimated contract value for purpose of subparagraph subcontract subclause 14.3 application for interim payment. B subclause 14.5 plant and materials intended for works shall not apply. C if 1. These installments are not defined by reference to actual progress achieved in execution of works, and actual progress is found by engineer to differ from that on which a schedule of payment was based. An engineer may proceed under subclause 33.7. 3.7 is agreement or determination to agree or determine revised installments. Got it. Actual progress is found by engineer. No, yes. Engineer may proceed under subclause 3.7 determination to Agree or determine revised installments and for purpose of subcontract. Subclause 373. Time limits. Date when difference under subparagraph above was found by engineer shall be date of commencement of time limit for agreement under subclause 373. Such revised installments shall take account of extent to which progress of differs from that on which schedule of payment was based. Let us again read this clause. This is not very ordinary clause. This is something related to scheduled payment. Scheduled payment means it is scheduled, the work is not going according to that. So we have to just think of that. When engineer may proceed, it says these installments are not defined by reference to actual progress achieved in execution of works, and actual progress is found by engineer to differ from that on which schedule of payment was based. So we have to work out another one, right? Yes, engineer may proceed under subclause 37 as agreement or determination to agree or determine revised installments. Then revised installment we will determine. It's very important from a payment point of view that no overpayment can be made. In fact, is that if your work is not done according to schedule, there is no question of overpayment. Payment can be made only for that item which you have done. The schedule doesn't mean anything. So, in that case, determine to agree, revise the installment, and for purpose of subclause 373, there is time limits. Date when difference under subparagraph above was found by interview. Shall be date or commencement of time limit for agreement under subclause is shown. Date when difference under subparagraph above was found by engineer shall be date of commencement of time limit for agreement under subclause 373. Such revised installments shall take account of extent to which progress of differs from that on which schedule was schedule of payment was based. If contract does not include a schedule of payments, contractor shall submit non-binding estimates of payments which contractor expects to become due during each period of 3 months. First estimate shall be submitted within 42 days after commencement of date. Then revised estimate shall be submitted of at intervals of 3 months until issue of taking over certificate for works. A plant and materials intents for above work. Plants and materials. If no plant if no plant and or materials are listed in contract data for payment when shipped and or payment when delivered, this subclause shall not apply. Contractor shall include Now, contractor shall include under subparagraph of subclause 14.3 application for interim payment an amount to be added for plant and materials which have been shipped or delivered as case may be to site for incorporation in permanent works. An amount to be deducted when contract value of such plant or materials is included as part of permanent work under such paragraph. Application for interim payment. Engineer shall proceed under subclause 37 agreement or determination to agree or determine each amount to be added or added for plant and material if following conditions are fulfilled and for purpose of subclause 373 the course. Alright then, engineer shall proceed under subclause 37 agreement or determination to agree or determine each amount to be added of plant and materials if following conditions are fulfilled and for purpose of subclause 373 time limits date date these conditions are fulfilled shall be date of commencement of time limit for agreement under subclause 373. Now contractor has kept satisfactory records. Contractor has kept satisfactory records including orders, receipts, costs, and use of plant and materials which are available for inspection by engineer. Submitted evidence demonstrating that plant and materials comply with contact which may either test certificates under subclause 7.4 testing by contractor and or compliance certificate or compliance verification documentation under subclause 492. Then submitted a statement of cost of acquiring and shipping or delivering as case may be plant and materials to materials to site supported by satisfactory evidence and either. Now, this relevant plant and materials. Let's see about that. Be this relevant plant and materials. What it says. One are those listed in contract data for payment when shipped have been shipped to country and route to site in accordance with contract and are described in are described in a clean shipped bill of lading or other evidence of shipment which has been submitted to engineer together with evidence of payment of freight and insurance, any other documents reasonably required by engineer and a written undertaking by contractor that contractor would deliver to engineer employer prior to submitting next statement, a bank guarantee in a form and issued by an entity to which employer gives consent. But such consent shall not relieve contractor from any obligation in in following provisions of subcontract. Subparagraph in amounts and currencies equal to amount due under subclause. This guarantee shall be in a similar form to form described in subclause 14 to 1 advance payment guarantee and shall be valid until plant and materials are operational. I'm getting some gas. Current shall be in a similar form to form described in subclause 14 to 1. Form to form. That's the purpose of form to form. Described in subclass 14 to 1. Advance payment guarantee and shall be valid until plant and materials. After that, advance payment guarantee and shall be valid until plant and materials are properly stored on site and protected against loss, damage, or deterioration. Deterioration. Relevant plant and materials. All those are those listed in contract data for payment when delivered to site have been delivered to and are properly stored by example. Now, relevant plant or materials. Oh, that's why. Okay, just some more water. I think I should. I'm getting trouble at this time of this. I've been sitting for more than 2 hours. That's a problem. Just walk in it. I can't leave you like that. No problem. Let it move as it is. It's 6 o'clock still time. Relevant plant and materials are those listed in contract data for payment when delivered to site. Have been delivered to and are properly stored on site are protected against loss, damage, or deterioration and appear to be in accordance with contract. Amounts agreed or determined shall take account of evidence and documents required under subclause and of contract value of plant and materials. If subparagraph of B above applies, engineer shall have no objection to certify any payments under subclause until employer has received bank guarantee in accordance with subparagraph B above, B3 above. Some to be certified by engineer in IPC interim payment certificate shall be equivalent of 80% of agreed or determined amount. Now 80% we have decided here of agreed determined currencies for this certified sum shall be same as those in which payment will become due when contract value is included under subparagraph 1 of subclause 43. Application for interim payment. At that time, payment certificate shall include applicable amount to be deducted, which shall be equivalent to and in same currencies and proportions as this additional amount for payment for relevant part, plant and machinery. Now, next is issue of IPC, interim payment certificate. What is there? IPC. No amount will be certified or paid to contractor until for now. What it says no amount will be certified or part to paid to contractor until employer has received performance security in form. Employer has received performance security in form and issued by an entity in accordance with subclause 4221. For it has received performance security in form and issued and issued an entity in accordance with subclause 41. Contractor obligations and contractors has stopped. Then we can say no, since a contractor has appointed Contractors representative in accordance with subclause 4.3. Contractors representative. So two conditions are there, that performance security without performance security is among penalties and offset from wall implement. Now IPC, interim payment certificate. So one is security, performance security, and other one is contractors representative. Now IPC is 1461. Engineer shall, engineer shall. All right, now we move to IPC. With this. Actually, I thought with this and I was thinking of something else. So with detailed supporting particulars, which shall identify any difference between a certified amount and corresponding amount, and in stalemate and give reasons process. Okay, withholding amount in an IPC. We are talking of payments which are very important from every point of view. Now, before issue of, I'm not taking, before issue of, yes, yes, before issue of taking over certificate for works, engineer may withhold interim payment IPC in an amount which would, after retention and other deductions, be less than minimum amount of IPC, if any, stated in contract. Before issuing taking certificate by for works, engineer may withhold an IPC in an amount which would later, which is after retention and emission. Before issue of taking over certificate for works, Injured may withhold IPC in an amount which would, after retention and other deductions, be less than minimum amount of IPC, if any, stated in contract data in event. Agent shall promptly give a notice to contractor accordingly. Hmm. If contractor was or is failing to perform any work, service or obligation in accordance with contract, value of this work or obligation may be withheld until work is work is work or obligation has been performed. In this in this event, engineer and engineer sorry in this event this wait a minute, he shall promptly given notice to contractor describing describing failure and with detailed supporting particulars of this value withheld or otherwise. So it shall promptly give notice to contractor describing failure and with detailed supporting particulars of value withheld. If engineer finds any significant error in discrepancy in statement of supporting documents, amount of IPC may take account of extent to which this error or discrepancy has prevented continuous. Now, it's also true that for each amount withheld, versus, as I said before, if engineer finds any significant error or discrepancy in that statement of supporting document, amount of IPC may take account of extent to which this error or discrepancy in statement until such error or discrepancy is committed corrected then. So, if engineer finds any significant error or discrepancy in a statement or supporting documents, amount of IPC may take account of extent to which this error or discrepancy has prevented or prejudiced proper investigation of amounts in statement. Such amount. Now, let us go to further. Correction of modification. There's another clause, 1463. It is this is very boring and not understand that because the payment issue cannot run you cannot run on payment as a say. You have to check every point. That's why I'm little lazy of this. But once you understand that, you should be able to explain to someone and you can explain very well. because you may miss your deduction from contract and you shall have to face consequence otherwise. Why is there a deduct? When it was required to be deducted, they have a question value. Audit question or some other question can value. Engineer may in any payment certificate. Engineer may in any payment certificate make any correction. Let's say now engineer may in any payment certificate make any correction or modification that should properly be made to any previous payment certificate. A payment certificate shall not be deemed to indicate engineer's acceptance. A payment certificate shall not be deemed to indicate that engineer's acceptance, approvals, consent, or notices of no objection to any contractor's document or to any party of works. So engineer is immune here. Engineer is immune. Only trapper is his trapper is Suhail. Um, Light is gone. Okay, fine. Yeah. Okay. I have to go. Ah. So payment doesn't depend on your certification. A payment certificate shall not be deemed to indicate engineer's acceptance, approvals, that's true. So it's right. Now, ultimate responsibility lies with contractor, not with engineer. Engineer just certifies but doesn't prove it. Only contractor has to prove it. That's what it says. This payment certificate doesn't mean what has been done. According to the requirement, is what it says. That, well, it's not even considered no objection or approval, something like that. This means it is just a supporting payment, not a claim payment. If contractor considers that interim payment certificate does not include any amount to which contractor is entitled, if contractor considers that IPC, that's called interim payment certificate, does not include any amount, light is a problem here. If contractor considers that IPC does not include any amount to which contractor is entitled, this amount shall be identified in next statement. So I say this is an IPC does not include any amount to which contractor is entitled. That amount shall be identified in next statement. Identified amount is alright then. So say further says it's not in this other one. This other bill, another light. Now identified amount in this paragraph, you shall then make any correction or modification that should properly be made in next payment certificate. Therefore, to that extent that content is not satisfied that this next payment certificate includes identified amounts, and identified amounts do not concern a matter for which engineer is already carrying out his or her duties under under subclause 37, agreement or determination. Then you can say contractor may by giving a notice. Contractor may by giving a notice refer this matter to engineer and subclause 37 agreement or determination shall apply and for purpose of subclause 373 time limits date and engineer receives this notice shall be date of commencement of time limit of agreement under subclause 37. Now, shall apply this agreement of determination shall apply and for purpose of subclause 373 time limits date engineer. I know in here. Contractor may, by giving a notice, refer this matter to engineer and subclause 37 agreement or determination shall apply and for purpose of subclause 373 date of engineer receives this notice shall be date of commencement of time limit. Now come on to payment. Employer shall pay to contractor. This is now I'm talking of. Employer shall pay to employer shall sweating. It's not air condition. I'm not using air condition. Why? And you should not use air conditioner as well these days because of virus problem. Virus means air conditioner can pull your virus. Remember that. Don't be don't be careless about that. Just telling in general. Your air conditioner can pull virus. So don't regret later on. It's not time for AC. Fan is okay. And cooler is also okay if you use, but avoid use of AC as precautionary measure. They will say science doesn't accept this. I have written in UAE article, UAE news also that they say there's no scientific reason. Yes, there's no scientific reason, but science doesn't play everywhere in life. Science is unable to say this virus about this virus. God knows. So be careful. Tolerate some heat. We can tolerate some heat. That's not a problem. Life cannot be tolerated in today's life. So be careful. The size of this virus is 0.00025 mm. You can say 0.00025 mm is 1,000 of millimeters, and such light particle, if it's available in air, can be carried to your air conditioner and throw that to your room. This is what I think. Therefore, be careful. That's a warning you. Now, payment. Employer shall pay to contractors. Employer shall pay to contractors. I should open buttons now for 5 minutes. Amount certified in each adverb. Amount certified in each advance payment certificate within period stated in contract data, if not stated 21 days after employer receives advance payment certificate. So what is this? It says that amount certified in each advance payment with with period within period stated in contract data. If not stated, then 21 days after employer receives advance payment certificate. So 21 days limit, amount certificate certified in each IPC issued under subclass 146. Issue of IPC, that's interim payment certificate, within period stated in contract data if not stated 56 days. after engineer receives statement and supporting documents or sub-clause 1413 issue of FPC within period stated in contract data, if not stated in 28 days after employer receives IPC. Now, amount certified in EP's FPC. Amount certified in each IPC issued under subclause 14.6. 630 it is here. I have to do this. You not think what I'm doing now. Amounts certified each advance payment certificates with a line of say amounts certificate IPC are done is 56 days and this is about not 28 days. This is IPC and that's amount certified in FPC within period stated in contract data is if not stated 56 days after employer receives FPC. This FPC final payment certificate probably says payment of amount due in each currency shall be made into bank account nominated by contractor in payment in country for currency specified in, con- in contract. Now, delayed payments. Whatever think about delayed payments. If contractor does not receive payment, if contractor does not receive payment in accordance with subclause 14.7 payment, contractor shall be entitled to receive financing charges compounded monthly on amount unpaid during period of delay. Sorry. This period shall be deemed to commence on expiry of time for payment specified in subclause 14.7. Payment respective or in case of subparagraph B of subclause 14.7 of data on which IPC is. Okay, so this is the delayed payment means they have to pay within that time. Period shall be deemed to commence on expiry of time of payment specified in subclause 14.7, sorry, payment respective in case of subparagraph B of sub. Now, unless otherwise stated in contract data, these financing charges shall be calculated at annual rate of these 3% above. Such financing charges annual rate. Uh, then average. Hmm, what should I do? My barcode here. Okay, good. Okay, that's good. Okay, so we continue. The contract shall by request be entitled. We have gone to 3%, right? So we'll take from there itself now. Ram, yes, that. Yes, was the picture there was. Yes, it's a now 3% after 3%. What do you have to say? Average bank average bank short-term lending rate to prime borrowers prevailing for currency of payment at place of payment. Average bank short-term lending rate to prime borrowers prevailing for currency of payment at place of payment. Where no such rate exists at that place, same rate in country of currency of payment or in absence of such rate at either place. Where no such rate exists at that place, same rate in country of currency of payment in absence of such a rate at either place, appropriate rate fixed by law country of currency of payment. Contractor shall by request Contractor shall by request be entitled to payment of these financing charges by employer without. Now, now what it says, contractor shall by request be entitled to payment of these financing charges by a route need for contractor to submit a statement or any formal notice, including any requirement to comply with sub-clause 22 claims for payment and EOT or certification and prejudice to any other right of remedy. After issue of taking over certificate, after issue of taking over certificate, works contractor shall include first half of retention money in statement. Contractor shall include first half of retention money in statement and shall shall include relevant percentage of first half of retention money in a statement. After latest of expiry dates, after latest of expiry date, of defects notification period, contract shall include second half of retention money. Where after latest of expiry date of defects notification period, contract shall include second half of retention money in a statement promptly after such date if taking over certificate has or was deemed to have been issued for a section. Contract shall include relevant percentage of that section, second half of retention money in statement promptly after expiry date of PMP for that section. In context, in next IBC, after engineer receives any such statement, engineer shall certify the release of corresponding amount of retention money. However, when certifying any release of that case, in next IPC, after engineer receives any such statement, engineer shall certify a release of corresponding amount of retention money. However, when certifying any release of retention money under subclause 14.6, if any work remains to be executed under clause 11, defects after taking over, engineer shall be entitled after that. Now it's only a question of you in the next IPC after engineer receives any such statement, engineer shall certify release of corresponding amount of retention money. However, when certifying any release of retention money under subclause 1 14.6, if any work remains to be executed under clause 11, defects after test hours. So relevant percentage of for each section shall be percentage value of section as stated in contract data. If percentage value of a section is not stated in contract data, let's go further. Statement of completion 1410. Within 84 days after date of completion, 84 days, 12 weeks, 84 days after date of completion of works, contractor shall submit to engineer a statement at completion with supporting documents in accordance with subcontract subclause 14.3, application for interim payments showing value value of all work done value of all work done in accordance with contract up to date of completion of works. Any further sums which contractor considers to be due at date of completion of works. An estimate of any other amounts which contractor considers have or will become due after date of completion of works under contract or otherwise. Then these estimated amounts shall be shown separately to those of subparagraphs A and B above and shall include estimated amounts for claims for which contractor has submitted a notice under subclause 22 claims for payment and EOT and matter referred to DAAB under subclause 21(4), obtaining DAAB decision and any matter. Okay, then now engineer shall then issue it's all three, claims and claims for work and also DAB and matter which NOD has been NOD has been given. Engineer shall then issue a IPC in accordance with subclause 14.6. Now final statement, that's 14.11. What's final statement? And that covers many of this. Final statement. Now, submission by contractor of any statement under under following provisions of this subclause shall not be delayed by reason of any referral under subclause 21.4, obtaining DAB's decision or any arbitration under subclause 21. Come on now, let's say submission by contractor of any statement under following provisions of clause shall not delay. Okay, draft final statement. Now, how to draw that? That's an important point. Draft final statement. You understand what this is? Final statement drawing is called draft. You can use this draft and how it can be used and see. Now, within 56 days after issue of performance certificate, uh, all right, then we'll say draft 56 days. Within 56 days, we have to write to we have to write to engineer about this certificate, and this statement is that be in same. A says be in same form as stated previously, submitted under great. See now, Alright, then final statement then is talking of is very important because on this efforts now, then it is very important statement. We have to think a lot on this. We cannot leave anything undone. Because I worked on one such a statement to many days to think of that. All clauses you have to check this clause done or not done. That's very important point. You cannot leave anything, and it's up to you how to think that. It's not what others say, but what you have to think of that. Because it's closure of contract, you can say. We have closing contract on that, so it must contain everything was done or not done. That's not issue. You have to prove that we have done every condition has been applied, and that's very important now. It's says B is same, not what to say, A be in same form as a statement previously submitted under subclause application for entry in payment. Be submitted, in one paper, original, one electronic copy, and additionally paper copy, usually that as stated in the show in details with supporting documents. Value of work done in accordance with contract. So value of work done, you have to work out. It's not simply you can write simply this value of work. You have to prove it means you have to attach your details of that. It's not given here, but that's professional way. You cannot simply write this is my value done. Even if you got the, you have to submit substantial details of that. B. Any other sums which contractor considers to be due at that date of issue of performance certificate under control contract or otherwise. An estimate of any other amounts which contractor considers have or will become due. Expected amount, maintenance amount, you can say other amounts. Amounts, expenses are there. It is there. And then let's say an estimate of any other amount to which contractor considers have will become due after issue of performance certificate under control or otherwise including estimated amounts by reference to matters described in subparagraph C 1 3 of subclass 1410 statement of completion. These estimated amounts shall be shown separately to those of subparagraph 1 and 2 above. Now, except for amount under subparagraph above, except for an amount under subparagraph above, the above, if engineer disagrees with or cannot verify any part of draft final statement. Okay, then we say that if engineer disagrees with or cannot verify any part of draft, final statement, engineer shall promptly give a notice to contractor. Contractor shall then submit such further information as engineer may reasonably require within time stated in this notice, and shall make such changes in last right. So notice, let's say contractor shall then submit such future such further information as engineer may reasonably require within time stated in this notice and shall make such changes in craft as maybe agribusiness is better as said, oh, yeah, this, yeah, yes, you can do this, and that, this, non, now, agreed final statement. Now, as I said, do not simply give value, give complete details. Give as much detail as you can because you should not give engineer a chance to ask for something. You have to check every clause of contract. That's and to make a comparison statement. This is done. This is done. This is done. That's the best way, because otherwise they will find, oh, this class is not operated. We cannot use that one. There is no way class cannot be operated. We operated, or you say it still not apply. It could not. It was not required to be operated. You give reason something that each and every clause, or each and every general condition and particular conditions you have to ensure what is not done, what was done, what was in this item, what was in this item. So you can just brainwash those people and simply really destroy. Okay, then we go to agreed final statement. It's very important now, agreed final statement. If there are no amounts under subparagraphs 3 of subclause 14.11.1, draft final statement, contractor shall then prepare and submit to engineer final settlement, final statement as agreed, final statement in this condition. However, if there's the amounts under subparagraph 3 of subclause 14.11.1 draft final statement or others or following discussions between engineer and contractor. No problem. Say what they say. There are amounts under this paragraph following discussions between engineer and contractor. It becomes evident that they cannot agree any amounts in draft final statement. Both conditions are that there are amounts under subparagraph 3 that and and draft final statement. Following discussion, we cannot follow that. They say engineer and contractor cannot accept on this. They cannot agree on this. We file a statement. The contractor shall then prepare and submit to engineer a statement identifying separately agreed amount. You have to decide the contractor state agreed amount, estimated amount, and disagreed amount. Okay, no problem. Let's go further. There's someone I was thinking of here. You made something of that. First, shall then prepare and submit to engineer a statement identifying separately agreed amounts, estimated amounts, and disagreed amounts, partially agreed amount, final settlement in these conditions. See, these are very complicated statements I'm trying to tell you because you are not dealing with them. Might not have dealt with them, but these are very important, not work important, payment important. You may go to arbitration or you may go to somewhere else. All this required shall be required, and if you don't have basis of them, you don't have records of them, then you will face problems. You will not be able to submit your evidences, and decision may go against you. That's why it's very important. We should fulfill our requirements, and no lawyers tell you all that. You have only to do this because no lawyer has time to do all this, and they don't understand what's payment, what's procedure of payment, how to calculate amount, how to calculate quantity, or whatever payment you have to say. I have done that. This is in one line you can say you have a document. It shows this was work done. You did this work. This was required. This calculation Excel sheet. You have maybe you have to attach many Excel sheets over them. You can attach many formulas. This is quantity we did. This is a measurement. This one measurement. This is the response. This that complete payment plan. You have to put in that. And all package are simply a one statement. But you have to complete packages. You have to put exhibit number, and also you have to put your packages that this is item number one, this item number two, like this according to contract, and this item this contract is just matches at all. Like that you can do. And there are so many conditions which don't apply to it's just not applicable, that's all. They cannot be applied like for example arbitration condition with we did not do arbitration, so this was not applicable to that. So now 14 to all. See, there's a lot of work in this statement. Don't take it so easy. I'm just trying to say, I have done this. I know how much work I've done. I did not show you this, but this I'll show you sometime in because it's not available. I'll put this on script.com and give you how it is done. Because related to arbitration, I want to keep secret all the time. Because you have to learn yourself something. So I'll show you sometime what that one. But because I will take names of parties from there, just X, Y, Z, I will write. Because there's no meaning showing names of people. So I come to 1412 is a discharge. 1412 discharge when submitting final statement. Well, sometimes you feel it is interesting and sometimes you feel it is very boring, but no problem. Boring is also important. It's so important that you can't do without that. You have to accept boring also in this case. And I don't. Okay, this the problem is not charging. Let's put separately. I say no. Discharge when submitting final statement or partially agreed final statement, as case may be, contractors shall submit a discharge which confirms that total of such statement represents full and final settlement of all monies due to contractors under or in connection with contract. This discharge on Jaipur, good morning. What's good to see you? But you know, why Trump hasn't put here? I don't understand. So Trump has nothing to do here. Okay, Anand Jaipur is fine. Marks today good. Anyway, let me enjoy. Okay. Now, what I say discharge, I repeat that. When submitting final statement or partially agreed final statement, as case may be, contract shall submit a discharge which confirms the total of such a statement represents full and final settlement of all monies due to contractors under or in connection with contract. This discharge may state this discharge may state that total of statement is subject to any payment. This discharge may state that total of statement is subject to any payment that may become due in respect of dispute for which DAAB proceeding or arbitration is in progress under subclause 21.6 arbitration, and or that it becomes effective after contractor has received. Now A. Full payment of amount certified in FPC, and B. Performance security. If contractor fails to submit this discharge shall be deemed to have been submitted and to have become effective when conditions of subparagraphs A and B have been fulfilled. A discharge under subclause shall not affect either party's liability or entitlement in respect of any dispute for which DAB proceeding or arbitration is in progress under clause 21 disputes and arbitration. Now, issue of FPC. Issue of FPC. Now, within 28 days after receiving final statement or partially agreed final statement, as case may be, and discharge under subclause 14.12. Engineer shall issue to employer with a copy to contractor final payment certificate which shall state A. Amount which engineer fairly considers is finally due. Let me put off light, I think it's unnecessary charge. Select recording for nothing. So it says that issue of FPC. Now, within 28 days after receiving final statement or partial agreed final statement, as case may be, and discharge under subclause, engineer shall issue to employer with a copy to contractor final payment certificate which shall state amount which engineer fairly considers is finally due, including any addition and or deductions which have become due under subclause 3.7, that is agreement or determination, or under contract or otherwise, and after giving credit to employer for amount previously paid by employer and for all sums to which employer is entitled, and after giving credit to contractor for all amounts, if any, previously paid by contractors and or received by employer under performance security, balance, if any, due from employer to contractor or from contractor to employer, as case may be. There can be both cases, both chances. Now, contractor has not submitted a draft final statement within time specified under subclause 14.1.1. Draft final statement, engineer shall request contractor to do so. Thereafter, if contractor fails to submit a draft final statement within a period of 28 days, engineer shall issue FPC for such an amount as engineer fairly considers to be due. If if A1 contractor has submitted a partially agreed final statement under subclause 14.11.2, agreed final statement, or no partially agreed final statement has been submitted by contractor, but to extend that draft final statement submitted by contractor is deemed by engineer to be a partially agreed final statement. Engineer shall proceed in accordance with subclause 14.6, issue of IPC to issue of in IPC. 14.14 Cessation of employer's liability. Cessation of employer's liability. You know meaning of cessation? Here we are. Again light is gone. That's problem. So light is troubling because of temperature, I'm sure. No problem. Let it go for a few minutes more. I will go. Let us see how many years can you own hot. Let's see. Now, cessation of employer's liability. Employer shall not be liable to contractors for any matter or thing under or in connection with contract or execution of works, except to extent that contractor shall have included an amount expressly for it in a final statement or partially agreed final statement, and B, except for matters or things arising after issue of taking over certificate for works. Statement under subclause 14.10 statement or completion. Unless contractor makes or has made a claim under subclause 20.2 claims for payment and or extension of time in respect of amount or amounts under FPC, this final payment certificate, within 56 days of receiving a copy of FPC, contractor shall be deemed to have accepted amounts so certified. Employer shall then have no further liability to contractor other than to pay amount due under FPC and return performances security to contractor. Right? However, subclause shall not limit employer's liability. Under employer's indemnification obligations or employer's liability in any case of fraud, gross negligence, deliberate default, or reckless misconduct by employers. 14.15 Currencies of payment. Currencies of payment. Let's speak for a few moments if lights from the close. Contract price shall be paid in currency or currency named in contract. Contract, okay. If more than one currency are so named, payment shall be made as follows. A. If accepted contract amount was expressed in local currency only or in foreign currency only. 1. Proportions or amount of local currency and foreign currency and fixed rates of exchange to be used for calculating payments shall be as stated in contract data, except as otherwise agreed by both parties. 2. Payments and deductions. Under subclause 13.4, provisional sums and subclause 13.6 adjustments for changes in laws shall be made in applicable currencies and proportions and other payments and deductions under subparagraphs 1 to 4 of subclause 14.3 applications for interim payments shall be made in currencies and proportions specified in subparagraph. Okay. The payments and deductions under subclause 13.4 provisional sums and subclauses this adjustment of charges in local laws shall be made in applicable currencies. Now, these are all currencies. Whenever an adjustment is agreed or, or determined under subclause 13 to value engineering or subcontract subclause 13.3, variation variation procedure proceed variation procedure account payable in each of applicable currencies shall be specified for this purpose. Reference shall be made to actual or expected currency proportions of cost of varied works and to proportions of various currencies specified in subparagraph above. Payment of payment of delay damages shall be made in currencies. Payment of delay damages shall be made in currencies and proportions specified in contract data. Other payments to employer by contractor shall be made in currency in which sum was expended by employer or in such currency as may be anyway. All right now. Payment of delay damages shall be made in currencies and proportions specified in contract data. And before that was, let me see what was there before that is, this was, value engineering. So it said that for purpose reference shall be made to actual or expected currency proportions of cost of variable and to proportions of various currencies specified in subparagraph A and B. So payment of data damages shall be made in currencies and proportions specified in contract data. Now, other payments to be to others payments to employer by contractor, other payments to employer by contractor shall be made in currency in which sum was expended by employer or in such currency as may be agreed by both parties. If any amount paid by this contract by contractor to employer in a particular currency exceeds sum payable by employer to contractor in that currency, employer may recover balance of this amount from sums otherwise payable to contractor in other currencies. If no rates of exchange are stated in contract data, they shall be those prevailing on this date and, and published by certain bank of country. Now, after that, if you go further, that is now termination by employer. That's the 16.1. We'll take this later on because termination by employer, then termination by contractor, these are very different fields. These require experience and aftermaths of this, what happens. What point here is, we'll take this later on. This is clause, we have to stop here for further reading of this. So what is important in this is means our aim is to understand contracting. Purpose of this FIDIC talk is not that I don't know or you don't know what is to be done. We know what is done. Which is done on site is not exactly what is done in contract. On site, everybody is not exposed to contract. Only those people who manage or those who are in responsible position and those who understand what is required. Contract conditions, first of all, cannot be released to everybody because there is a secrecy clause. First of all, you people may not even understand what these conditions say sometimes. Conditions are very complex in some cases, and some conditions are very easy. But problem is we have to understand these conditions thoroughly. There may be some conditions which are not relevant to our project, but they put in. They know copy paste, copy paste technology we use. Again, it is gone. Copy paste technology we use, and that is very fashionable to immediately do your copy and paste. I have seen such. I have seen someone drawing in 2004. I think yes, 2004. I was in Doha and there was one record center. In that, there was a line plan showing a swimming pool. And I was surprised to say there's nothing in our contract. A swimming pool is shown here. I asked them, I don't know. I said, no. They said, no question. I asked them, clarify what is this? Oh, they say, no, that's not a part. Ignore this. See how it is done. Just a swimming pool is shown on that drawing. And there's no swimming pool there. Because there might be swimming pool somewhere else. Just copy and paste it there. File save as and change title of it. Without even checking or examining or copying, whatever you say, reviewing that, issue it. This happens. if can happen in drawing, there's every possibility this can happen on conditions. Conditions are written, and there are hundreds of pages of conditions, and they know very well who is going to study them. Who concentrates that much? Drawing is one thing, book is other thing. As far as text of conditions are concerned, you can not go through that until you sit together alone with these conditions and go through. That is conditions before tender is done and conditions after tender is finalized or bid is finalized. There can be changes in that during that period as well as before it's submitted. We have to go through complete conditions. But people are so excited. They're so busy in other parts of job, working out quantities, working out rates, quotation invitations, and estimation, which may be timberline or other whatever is that. They are just interested in pricing. They don't understand which condition can pull them. They trust. They trust the condition designer. They trust person who sets this condition. Yes, trusting is no problem, but we should understand sequence of conditions. Is there a chain required for that? Or some conditions are coming out of chain? If some conditions come out of chain I mean to say connectivity of application of these conditions on project. If redundant conditions are there, surplus conditions are there, why are there? For what? What logic is there? That is one point we have to check through. And secondly, there can be something hidden behind conditions and we have to extract out. I'm not talking of specifications, that's a separate issue. Specification, I'm not talking, I have to check that also. But this is law part. This is a part which nobody can ignore after signing of contract. What is required, we have to prejudge that. And once contract is signed, before that, you have to say, is there any change between bid documents or documents that are going to be signed, contract documents? Are these conditions similar or there's some change? There can be any number of changes because these contracts take time. Maybe 6 months, 1 year, sometimes 3 months, sometimes 4 months. And during that period, these changes many hands. Maybe they think, why have I added this condition? This condition is not required. It's a benefit contractor to make some changes in that. Or this may benefit someone else. They don't even ask you and change that. And they know nobody is going to come be honest. That's another point. They think so, means it's not true. If you are professional, if you do that. And comparison is very difficult job. Very difficult. It seems very simple to say compare, but when you read both conditions, pre-contract and during contract conditions, you have to read line by line. They may play game, they may hyphenate or they may change lines, they may change paragraphs. They can do whatever they want to do. They can change sequence number. This happens often. So smart contractors that before signing all documents, drawings, specifications, contracts, conditions, we should have our own set of that we submitted, that the documents and documents that are sent to us by that client or employer or engineer that you have to review and ensure that these are right and signed. This is what is done. Then it's our duty. But problem lies in the fact that oh no, tomorrow we have to sign. Wait a minute, after this you have to sign. We already committed. This is where to sign. That pressure from our contracting company itself doesn't solve problem. Okay, you sign contract, finish. We'll sign these documents later. What's problem? You give me at least 3 4 days to compare specifications, to compare drawings, to compare contract conditions at least. There's someone very experienced person should do that and go page by page and see this in. This is I'm not talking of spelling, I'm not talking of comma or something. I'm talking of contents. When you read contract, you will feel, say there's some fishy in this. We compare with other one. You'll find something sentences can be changed. Sometimes, there can be some addition which you know how this paragraph is not matching with that. Though it may mean nothing, but sometimes it should. Why nothing? Why did they add this thing? Why this addition was made if it's nothing? There's something. So we don't accept this finish. What's wrong with that? As so they will change when you bring to their notice, they will change. They won't say no. But it's our duty to bring to that notice. Because employer can play with anything. And I'm not blaming engineer here. Engineer won't do that, but why give him chance? Why something should go against my client and that's contractor? If I am there, I have to take care of that. It's my job. As far as documents are in English. Yeah, if documents are in Arabic or something, I can't help it. Conditions can be added, conditions can be omitted. Same way, drawings can be changed, sections remain same, but they change contents. And of course, they can change something else also, which people generally don't care. They can make changes in particular conditions. They can make changes in something else. So one has to be very smart while dealing with major contracts. I'm not talking small contracts. I'm talking major contracts, billions of dollars, where means a few years are going to be spent and many disputes appear to exist. I'm talking about those contracts. There should be someone special who knows contract and who understands specifications and who understands drawings. That person should be dedicated for their job and for maybe 4 5 days, 6 days, 1 week, all this responsibility of ensuring that whatever are good documents make same thing as contract documents. Both should talk same language and there may be difference of pages, but contents they can be many difference of pages. I'm not talking about pages, but in additions or omissions should be avoided. Why should we accept that? If there's some redundant condition and it's not going to be okay, it should be another one also. Uh, Quantification, I'm not challenging at that time. Quantity is something else. Whatever, they will not change quantity because quantity is not going to affect them. In lump sum contracts, quantity shall not mean anything except rates of those quantities. Lump sum quantity is meaningless. It's meant only for if there is a change in the omission or additions of items or else. They can use that rate. It's maybe quantity limit doesn't mean anything until it's item rate. In lump sum fixed prices, so many quantities don't include quantity. Let this be blank here, no problem at all. Rates must be there. And then we should also try to see before contract when submit tender that you should write certain rates of your workers or your staff, whatever you use for purpose of this our rates in this. So if there's a problem in future, you can say this rate we already notified to you. Well, that's precautionary means are not things will happen, but what purpose is this? Conditions should not be played with. We should not allow them to play with our conditions because this is agreement. Remember, this is contract. This is not shopkeeper. This is not tea stall. This is not restaurant. This is contract. Whatever you have agreed, you have to do that. That is final binding on this. You have to do that. Whatever you agree, even if you are losing or you are gaining, it doesn't make a difference. Once you agree, you have to do that. That's the beauty of contract or lump sum. You can't say it's not given in drawing, I will not do the arts not sincere. No. Whatever is there, according to conditions, you have to do it. Yes, conditions are all valid until these are not declared invalid. And this even both parties may agree on anything, it doesn't matter. But if there's a dispute, These must be declared void before dispute is over. Where no, there's always a good relation between employer and contractor. I'm not challenging that relation. I'm not going against that relation. You have to maintain good relation if you want to be in profession of contracting. And if you don't do that, you suffer, you will not be successful. But it does not mean that you don't know anything. With this, I close this and will take tomorrow for the conditions on this. And thank you very much, all gentlemen, for all there. And I think I should copy this before it's too late. What have done? I do not have done. It's not that I wanted to do here. Something else I wanted to do. Something by mistake. I copied here. Why it's not getting copied correctly? Something wrong somewhere. Let me check it again. Why it's not getting copied correctly? I think this photo is getting a problem, right? Well, I don't know what's happening here. Okay, I'll close this. Finish.